the general thing I remember is we went to the bathhouse, of course. There was someone giving Harmony the stink eye out front of the bathhouse. Or possibly they were interested in Harmony. It's unclear. But they were making ominous eye contact, and she was very uncomfortable. And eventually, we went inside. Harmony went with one person, while Amina went with another for their respective massages. And Key and Willow hung out in a bath. We just talked like backstory stuff and just role played, and it was delightful. But Harmony and Amina separately learned of different cults because each of their masseuses, each of their massage therapists was engaged with a different cult. And essentially, we got directed into some hidden passageways beneath the bathhouse, which we began exploring. We found signs alluding to these 3 different goddesses that the one guy seems to worship or revere. We also found some corpses that spontaneously became both animate and hostile. They were swiftly put down again because we do not fuck around. Heck. As we continued to explore, we came upon a mysterious altar and an iron mask. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something.
Iron sort of skull mask in the shape of a skull that had sort of like the bone sort of shape of the skull was sort of angled in a way that it looked like the skull mask was frowning.
Yeah, that.
And also the entrails on the altar and the dead body.
Right. Yes. We found the the bodyguard.
Yes.
From from the family to whom the missing girl was betrothed.
Lord Seymour's bodyguard.
Yes.
And you made that wonderful pun at the end of that session.
Yeah, he won't be a Haskell for us anymore.
Yeah.
And that was where we left off. As far as I know, he did not jump up after us, which is good. Dead things are supposed to remain dead, ideally. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, very good. Go ahead and give yourself a DM inspiration, or you can bestow that to someone else that doesn't have it, that wants it, or you can give yourself a luck point. One of the 3. In the meantime,
it's mine. All mine.
Kicking us off strong with a tarot card from Avalon, which is going to make things particularly easy, and we were going to sort of hand wave this a little bit, but now we don't have to, because we pulled the Druid. So here's what's going to happen. Again, beautiful card from our friends at Weird Works LLC. Beautiful, the Adventurer's Tarot. I'm going to go ahead and link that. But Mabel, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just agreeing. That is a gorgeous deck. I also have it.
Yes, you do. I remember you posted it. I was like, oh, you have the thing. Okay, so as you're walking along on the trail of the party, after sort of spending some time to clear your head and spend some time sort of taking care of checking in with Dawn and walking around the city, and also, you know, in the process of taking her to the bakery, also kind of eavesdropping on some conversations, seeing Miss Ellen at the Honeypot Bakery, which is my favorite name for a bakery in the tabletop role-playing game. Getting a bunch of juicy rumors, and then trying to trace the steps of the party. You make your way to the Seaside Bathhouse, as you were told that through your powers of investigation, that was their last known location. And as you are kind of walking along, you're about 2 blocks away, and the air around you starts to get a little fuzzy. You start to feel almost like the air is heavy, and sort of that sea salt spray from the ocean kind of just feels oppressive in a way, and you start to get a little bit of a dizzy spell, and you feel like the world around you is kind of expanding, and your heart skips a beat, and that pendant that you have just kind of pulses, and you can feel this sort of heat in the center of your chest. And as you're walking, you kind of hear like this very subtle sound, this sort of like the sound of wood creaking against each other, and then of steel or metal sort of shifting. And as you come to, you can hear the sights and sounds of the city once more. The ringing of bells at the docks, the caw of seagulls, and the sort of deafening chatter of thousands of individuals, tens of thousands of individuals who reside here in the large fortress city of Bastion's Hold. And when you sort of come back to your senses and to yourself, you can see below you that you have almost kind of tripped over a little gnarled root in the ground that seems to have come up through the cobblestones. And there is sort of a manhole grate just off sort of to the side there on the main street that has been sort of lifted up a little bit by this root. And you kind of tripped and stumbled over it.
Oh, I definitely know a sign when I see it, so I get to like go over and kick the manhole cover over a little and peer down.
Yeah, so you kind of walk over to the manhole cover and kind of start to manipulate it, and then the rest of you down there can hear this sort of grating sound from the far side of this chamber here, sort of right in the distance, right? Because none of you kind of went past the body, but there's another chamber here, and you can hear sort of on the far side this sort of sound like metal or stone being moved, and it kind of gives you all a start because you can all sort of hear it very obviously. But hearing that, what do the four of you down in the sewers do after kind of looking at this dead body that is sort of that has this 8-pointed black sun carved into the stomach that was stitched up after the entrails were removed and placed on the altar?
I think Harmony would definitely be kind of like on the alert, so hearing that something is moving or shifting, she like kind of tenses up and like keeps her eye in the direction of where she heard the sound. And you can kind of see like her scales kind of like almost peel and like reveal themselves on her skin and harden as she like, I think we might have company.
Yeah, Willow begins charging some electricity in her left hand. There's just like sparks moving between her fingers and the palm, and a small ball of energy is beginning to sort of coalesce in the hand as I get ready to shoot lightning, if something dangerous comes.
Okay.
I think Willow is very on edge right now, so she's
Probably.
just trying to be ready for anything.
So you
Is
can go ahead.
I was just gonna say, is there a way to climb down?
There is no ladder, but it's about a 15-foot drop into water, but you're also very tall, and you can hear familiar, you can hear sort of familiar hushed voices, and then a little spark of electricity, like which also is familiar.
My darlings, is that you? I call down. Hello. All right, and I'll just I'm just going to jump. Is this big enough for me able to jump through?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just big
Okay.
enough. So at first you get a little stuck, but you can see sort of the lower half of the bugbear kind of get like, but then you're able to like, yeah, the legs are like dangling from the sewer grate, but eventually she's able to like, and like a couple of the cobblestones come loose and kind of fall into the water, and then a very large bugbear woman just splashes. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check for me as you fall to see if you're. Yes,
We believe
we
in
shall
you.
see. Perhaps.
As Willow realizes who it is, she just
That's 11.
clenches her left hand and lets the energy like dissipate back into the arm.
Okay. Not very graceful, and you kind of sprain your ankle a little bit on the way down. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, but you're able to get down there without a ladder, and you're just a little bit of a limp. You'd probably have to walk it off, but 4 points of bludgeoning.
Sorry, I just realized I never did long rest. I assume we have done long rest.
We have done yes, officially we've done a
Okay.
long rest.
Okay.
You do that, heal up to full, and then get back to
And
-1.
then 4.
And I'll go
Actually,
ahead.
that's exactly where I was before because I got hit in the face in the mosh pit.
I love that the only damage you've taken is from like silly shenanigans, but every time there's a fight, you're like,
Yeah.
just let me
In
go
fights,
ahead.
I'm fine. Outside of fights, Mabel is a mess.
What's your dark vision, by the way, Mabel?
60 feet.
Okay. All right, and down on the far side here, actually 1 square over, there you go, comes crashing down into the sewer with a splash and a bit of a frustrated, exasperated sound as she kind of sprains her ankle a bit in the sort of knee-deep water. Like 2 feet deep.
Ew.
You
I
know,
hope
it
this
wasn't.
is just water.
It is not a sewer, so the water is sort of fetid and foul, but the good news is that the fetid, foul, stale water is not sewer water. That's the
Okay.
good news. It's just
That's
old,
good.
yeah, but still like funky, you know?
Wouldn't cook with this.
Yeah,
The bad news is there may be people's entrails in it.
that's true.
No.
And there's a rotting body in here as well, and you can immediately see that sort of there is some faint torchlight coming from the far side, just on either side of the altar. That's been lit with sort of industrial grade torch oil, right? So it doesn't go out. I'm assuming that's how that works. I don't want to get hung up on the semantics. Carry on.
I'm just gonna wave
That's how that works.
awkwardly. Hi guys. What are we doing down here? I thought
Wasn't
we were at
expecting
the
to
bath-
see you drop from the sky. But hi.
Someone told me to come down this way. I didn't know it would be from you.
Huh.
Hi, and then I just come forward and hug as many of you as I can get into my arms. I'm sorry I had to leave for a little bit. There were things going on in my head.
It's
too
been a rough couple of days. I get it. That's a hell of a coincidence. Careful,
I don't think it was a
don't step on it.
coincidence. I hold up my little pendant. I was pointed this way.
Well, we're glad to have you back. What have you been up to the last 12 hours or so?
Is that how long was? That's how
I'm
long
I'm counting sleepy times at the embassy.
Okay.
I feel like Willow hasn't seen Mabel in a hot minute.
Yeah, because I think the last time you'll have seen Mabel was when we slept that first night in
Yeah.
the embassy. Because then I left the next morning with Dawn. And then I went for a really long walk in the woods with Dawn. We talked, had some good talks. And then I made sure you all had breakfast. I hope you all enjoyed your food. I made sure it was still there. If by chance did any of you happen to give my gift to Sir Darius, Lord Darius, wonderful?
Was that the vial of poison?
I wouldn't call it poison. It just.
Hang on.
I
He might like it.
I took care of that.
Hang on. If any three of us and Willow gestures to her, Harmony and Key did that would be treason. And if you two did that would be an act of war. Like that's a pretty big deal.
It wasn't poison. It was just something to add spice to his dish.
Spice.
It would have just been very, very, very hot spice.
So is the spice going in or is the spice coming back out?
It would have done both.
Oh my god. The power of spice.
Mabel invented Taco Bell. Pass it on.
Yeah. In my
Amazing.
head, that's what it wasn't. She was not going to go kill somebody with actual poison. It was going to be like freaking hot sauce that was going to, taste good going down and then not so much later on. That's what was in my head when I heard that part of the episode. I was like, yeah. Well, it has to be something food related. It's from Mabel.
Of course. Yes,
Yeah.
unfortunately we haven't delivered it to Darius yet, but I'll be sure to let him know that you wish for him to have this gift.
was gonna say it could be anonymous, but he should know where it's from.
I love Mabel.
And also, Mabel, I did put you on the map, so I just want to make sure that you have vision and you can see.
Yes, I can see
Okay,
now.
perfect.
I actually can't see myself, but oh, there I am. I'm way back there.
That was where the sewer grate was.
Cool.
So,
I went and I talked to the lady at the bakery. Well, I didn't so much talk. I mostly smiled and nodded. She talked quite a bit. Man, there's a lot of cult trouble. Did you guys know that? There's so much cult trouble going on here.
That's actually what we're doing down here.
yes.
I
And
look
Tommy
around,
will
I'm like,
point down to the body that is like not
oh,
not good.
Now currently floating.
oh, I was wondering what that smell
You
was.
muted, Aaron.
Now currently
There you go.
floating right by Mabel.
Oh, I watch as it goes by.
Can we get a sense for
right? Yeah. Like, oh, look
Can
at
we get a
that.
sense for how long it's been down here?
Medicine check.
Sure.
Yeah. It's not just here. There are cults everywhere. In Grainsville, there's cults. They're having problems. I don't know if we want to talk about it here. There seems to be some other stuff going on, but there's a
It's
lot
a
happening.
17.
Okay, probably.
There is-
Go ahead, Harmony.
No, you're fine. She was just agreeing with Mabel.
Okay, about 36 hours, Avalon. About the same time, roughly, that Lady Badav has been reported missing.
Yeah, not Mabel. Willow, sort of crouches down and like moves some of his wearing clothing or armor.
He is wearing seemingly sort of ceremonial plain white and black robes that have been
Okay.
sort of torn.
She she moves the robes aside a bit, sort of investigates, feeling in different places for like bloating, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, and I'm not a biologist, but I would gather he's been dead probably about 36 hours or so. Around the same amount of time that Lady Badav has been missing.
Wait. Oh, is that why you're down here? I heard she was missing. Oh,
Yeah,
this
that's
must be her poor. Oh.
well. This was
Oh.
the underling for the
Lord Seymour.
Seymour. Yeah. Thank you. For House Seymour, he was like the bodyguard, steward fellow. The fact that he's in robes though is something.
They
Suggests he was
probably
part of
dressed
this,
him
doesn't
up.
it?
Well, maybe they dressed him up.
Do they look like ceremonial robes?
They're very plain,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that you're tracking known cultist activity, it's very plain and very simple. It's likely some kind of, with just passive insight, some kind of cultist garb. The exact intention of it remains to be seen, unless somebody wants to try and make an insight roll. It'd be a little difficult to glean any more information, but you're welcome to give it a shot if anybody wants to try.
Does it seem like the robes are just like on top of his regular clothes, or does it seem like he got fully undressed to get into the robes?
And that would be an insight check.
I can't tell by looking at the body if he has clothes on under the robes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood the question. I thought you were asking for intent. No, it's just sort of, there's like very basic clothing, right? So a ceremonial garb would include sort of very simple pants and shirt, and then a very simple robe. So those are the clothes. And there's
Gotcha,
no
okay.
there's no shirt, just this like a ceremonial robe that has been ripped open, and then sort of very plain black pants. Sorry,
Right.
like black cloth
Okay.
pants.
Insight, is he going commando?
Yes.
No, I was asking because I was figuring if it was just like this, big robe, like a like, you know how graduation robes go on top of your
Yeah,
regular
yeah,
clothes?
that's actually what I
Yeah.
was
If it was
thinking.
that sort of a scenario where they could have just slapped it on him, you know, without his consent or whatever and been fine, or if it seemed like something he would need to get into physically. Like,
Mhm.
if he
Well-
was still wearing his regular clothes underneath, it could have implied different things in my head, at least. It's fine.
Yeah.
Because
Okay,
that's the
cool.
thing. They did disembowel him. Like
Okay,
they
that was gonna be
removed
my
the
other
guts and placed it on the altar. So it's very
Okay.
much ritualistic like tendencies and behavior done purposefully. So they very much could have like removed the intestines and then been like, haha, because irony, we're gonna dress you up in our coldest clothings because you didn't respect our religion. Because people do that.
Is it so obviously he was killed by that, right? Or does it look like there may have been other means that he was killed first and then they did this? Is there anything other than like the obvious disembowelment that happened to him?
That seems to be the only wound.
Okay. Okay. So he probably was alive when they killed him. Or, you know what I mean. They took his intestines out while he was still alive. And that's what killed him. Okay.
Mm.
Ew. Poor dude. Poor dude. Mabel bends over and just closes her eyes and says a little prayer with her hand on his chest above where all the intestines were taken out.
Okay.
That was very
Um,
sweet, but from what we hear, he wasn't a nice man, so no one deserves to have their entrails ripped out. I don't
no,
think.
that's fine.
Um, while this conversation is continuing to happen, Willow makes her way back through the group towards the altar where the Iron Mask was and stuff, and she messes around in her bag for a second and pulls out what essentially looks like a Polaroid camera. Like, you know, one of those ones that it'll print out the little picture and you gotta like shake it to get it to, yeah. Anyway, she sort of sets up in front of the altar for a second, holds the thing really steady, with her prosthetic hand because it's mechanical, so it'll be more stable. And there's this bright flash of light for a second, and then this whirring sound as a little what looks like a small piece of paper almost prints out the bottom of the device, and she starts shaking it and brings it back over. I'm using one of my uses of magical tinkering to take a picture of the altar, and I can print the description of the feature if you want. But one of its effects is that I can have a picture imprinted on the thing that I'm infusing. So she is taking a photograph of the altar, along with its symbolism and entrails. And she'll come back over to the group, just sort of shaking this this like thick sort of cardboard looking thing. All right. I have some proof, I guess, of what's down here. She sort of holds up the picture. Hopefully this can help sort of figure out exactly what's going on
Okay,
once we
so
get back up top.
for anyone that's not an artificer, maybe from the Kyrosian Empire you might have heard of things like this, but I would say it's strong to presuppose that most of you haven't seen anything like this before, barring some very specific sort of experiments of artifice. So a lot of you many of you are likely like very shocked and amazed by this particular innovation that Willow seems to have seemingly snatched out of thin air.
Willow.
Mabel has been over you, just looking over your shoulder, like over the top of your head, over all of you, looking down at what you're doing.
Does Avalon, I have a very important question. Do you hold out the photograph and say, "Look at this photograph"?
I've been trying to figure out if the word photograph is what she would use,
Everyone in the audience takes psychic
or if
damage.
there's some other term.
Polaroid.
I don't think she would. Just because being savvy to her audience, I think she just referred to it as a picture because photograph wouldn't mean anything to anyone, but picture would because yeah.
That's
Um,
so pretty. It's so realistic. How did you
yeah,
do that so fast?
it's complicated. I actually know the process, but I've forgotten it because I am not a science person. Um, but she sort of explains that the bright flash of light very quickly sears the image essentially on the piece of paper that comes out of the device. Um, if I move it all when I'm trying to do it, it'll make the picture shaky, or it could end up with like weird artifacts in the image. But
Could you?
fortunately, this hand is very very stable, very balanced and stuff.
What is it that it's on? Could you put that? Could you sear an image onto anything?
I'm honestly not sure. I haven't tested it that fully
What?
yet.
What if? What if, Willow? What if I baked a cake? Would you be able to sear that image? We could make
I
these customized cakes that look like things that people make.
And this is how the industry of novelty cakes with printed
Yep,
photograph
absolutely.
images on them
This
are
is
created.
This is what's gonna tear the.
business down the road.
We're gonna sneak propaganda into a rebel cells via
Yeah.
novelty cakes.
Yes.
Just an embarrassing photograph of Darius,
I would love
yes,
that.
please.
We're
like
just
finger up his
impressed by
nose or
this.
something on a cake.
So Amita looks at this, and then the first thing she asks is, "So, could you do that with us? Can you put our images on this?"
I probably could, yeah.
We
The
could
only
put
issue is that these
our
sort of
faces on it.
what's that?
I said we could have a cake with all of our faces on it.
Potentially, I don't think I could do it onto a cake. They're not very stable, but we could figure out a way to make it happen, I suppose. If I did it on something clear, like a piece of glass, and then we could shine a light through the glass and like trace the picture. But this is a problem for later. We need to
Sugar.
focus.
Right.
Sugar work.
Focus.
Sugar work is. Oh, okay. Yes.
No,
I'll think
no,
about
we
this
need to
later.
focus.
Photography
Please.
101 class in the dungeon.
I'd rather not. I would rather
This-
not.
Harmony's totally not going to contact you outside of this and be like, look, I've been thinking of starting an OnlyFans. I need someone to take some pictures. Are you in?
Amazing.
I love it. Love it.
Wanted to, yeah, until y'all get to where Key is supposed to be, and you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like Key. Anyway, speaking of Key, what are you? Is there anything that you would like to do in these 3 rooms here before we carry on?
No, Key is just observing everything.
Okay, all right. Nothing in here particularly strikes your memory or recall or a sense of familiarity. It all seems disconnected in a way from you and the things that you know and that you're familiar with. So there is that, at least. Everything down here has this sense of being separate, and it definitely gives you maybe a little sense of confidence, like you're suited to deal with whatever it is that's down here. But other than that, y'all may carry on.
Harmony.
Shall we continue? Oh, yes.
Okay, so I really only know about how dungeons, things like this work from my siblings, who are way more equipped for adventuring than I am, and dungeons sometimes have an exit at the back, and then sometimes you have to circle back and come back the way through you came. Do you have any idea of which this might be? Do you think there's a back exit, or are we going to have to come through all of this again and then potentially have to deal with anyone who may have noticed that we came through?
Honestly, well, given that Mabel here dropped out of the sky, we already found one exit though I'm assuming this leads into quite a public thoroughfare. Mabel?
Yes, yes. I was actually walking to the bathhouse, and
Speaking
a
of,
tree with a little branch on a root pointed down here.
on that topic, there's a hole in the road up top. That could be an issue. That could be a danger for other people. I don't know what we can do about that right now. I'm just saying, it's a thing.
Was it in the middle of the road?
It's off to the
I think-
side by the
I was
curb.
gonna say,
Yeah.
I thought you said it was off to the side.
Sure, but it's still
feel
a
kinda
hole
heavy?
where there isn't usually one.
Hold on, let me see. Come here. I pick up Amina.
So if anyone has Mage Hand, you can just.
That's what I'm doing. I have Mage Hand and I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
gonna pull it and
Well, so you
yank
can
it
do
back.
Through the
I hold it while you hand it.
Through the power of anime montages and teamwork, you're able to successfully put the sewer grate back up top. As you do, you see someone kind of just like a passerby, kind of like walk by and just kind of look down and see this crew kind of putting the grate back. And it's like a guy in his 40s, sort of like a salt and pepper beard, kind of looks down, just blinks a couple of times, and then just kind of looks back up and just ignores everything and just keeps walking. Starts whistling in the distance.
People here are so nice.
I hope that kind of answers your question, Amina. Exit. So,
So we do have an additional exit, yes.
we do. It does seem like there is more to this place than we might first assume. So, multiple exits.
Yes, that is
might be...
cameo for Flamen, by the way. That's who that was. Sorry, Harmony, go ahead. Audience cameo.
Multiple exits are more likely to be a thing down here, especially if they're seedy and don't want to be noticed or seen or followed. Having multiple exits means they have
Scary
access to...
vampire queen running out of a building. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Alright, so soldier on, I guess.
All right. Harmony will begin leading the group further in.
Okay.
Mabel will, I think Mabel will be near the back of this group because she is now only just now seeing everything, so she's going to be looking at everything that you guys have pretty much already seen. Just to position Mabel.
Gotta go back up to find. Okay.
While I was looking over the body, could I also have checked if there were any like keys or anything like that? You know, anything that might be beneficial, if he has like something identifying, like a signet ring or something that we could also take.
The body is completely devoid of anything except the robes and the scarring that has the 8-pointed star of the Black Sun.
Okay.
Is Mabel at all familiar with any of these cults that they've talked about? I didn't ask you that before. Are these strictly all Vascatory, like...
Yeah. Everything that you had heard, all the rumors that you have heard are all very new to Mabel.
Okay.
Demons, y'all would be familiar with, but you would know, being from the Carosian Empire, it would be beneficial to try and figure out whether or not they're referring to infernal demons or demons from the abyss. But that was a rumor that doesn't seem to be connected to what's happening here. This seems to be some kind of, whatever the Unholy Trinity is, it has something to do with death and something to do with sort of shadow magic or dark magic and sort of very sort of sinister themes. But at least in Bastion's Hold, there are some things that seem to be a little bit disconnected from the main sort of paranormal incursions that happen in the Empire are infernal incursions, and that's why there is a fortress city like Bastion's Hold called Svernthesek, which translates to Overwatch in Draconic, that faces the Western Hell's Gate in the Deimos Peninsula, the Deimos Plateau, which was the site of Ariak's former citadel, volcanic citadel, right? Because I was like, you know what? Let's just go for it and have the bad guy have like a volcanic lair, right?
Yeah.
Old school. But no, it's very much like kind of very like Sauron-y vibes, right? So there's infernal incursions that happen on a regular basis, some pretty horrific sort of hellish demons that pop up from fissures, and that's why the Overwatch is there to help sort of deal with that sort of thing.
Okay. I don't think Mabel would have had to have many dealings with anything like this when she was in the military.
It's definitely interesting hearing about Aldaran raiders, because you would have had many battles with Aldaran raiders that have sort of been raiding up the Nor'easter River between between Northwatch and.
I assume when she heard that rumor, she was like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, no. So if you've ever seen the show Vikings, the original show Vikings on the History Channel, that is essentially kind of your vibe, and sort of first thoughts upon hearing that would probably be similar to being sort of an English person at the end of like season 6, where you're like, oh, like where you have very strong opinions about the Aldaran raiders.
Okay, that's good to know. But Mabel does not know that they ran into one.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, no idea. Nikki wished she had been there, but
Yeah.
Mabel does not know that happened. Okay, cool. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up with everything that I was told. Okay.
Thumbs up. Where to?
These are dead ends. What is this the little rubble? The little rubble.
Yeah, that was going to be my my question as well.
Seems to be a simple pile of rubble and detritus. A cursory glance and sifting through just seems to be sort of a feature of above game. Seems to be a feature of the dungeon. In game, just a pile of rubble where perhaps previous attempts to expand this crypt may have stopped, and just adds a little bit of sort of out of character, adds a little bit of flavor to the dungeon. But in character,
Oh yeah.
your passive, I'll give this to you on your passive perceptions and investigations. There is nothing of value to be found, just on a cursory glance and shift through as y'all kind of make your way over and maybe kind of shift things around. Doesn't seem to be anything untoward here in the corner.
Now that I think about it, we did sense necromancy energy from this direction, didn't we?
Was that this direction? I've lost track of where things were.
Yeah, it was
I believe
in
it
the general
was.
direction. So if you were to form a straight line, sort of, it was. Hang on. I mean, I think y'all have enough passive insight to kind of figure out it was likely coming from the altar, especially after doing a cursory glance here through the rubble, and also having investigated the southernmost door. The only remaining door being to the east, which was the door that has a skull with a crown on it, sort of etched and burned into the door. I remember there was it's like wooden doors with steel latches, and the images of the skulls that were sort of seared onto the door seem like exactly that, like they've been seared onto the door, and they seem to sort of run a little bit, like the image has been running with sort of brackish dark fluid that has sort of stained the door.
Okay. Well, we already inspected the altar, right? We
Mhm.
got all the information. So, yeah, Harmony will then lead to the other door.
Okay. I mean, as far as y'all know, yes. But you did investigate the altar.
Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Detect Magic again.
Okay. All right.
I'll go ahead and use the spell slot to cast it as an action.
Okay.
Willow fiddles with her goggles real quick, and there's this high-pitched whine/whirring noise as it seems to sort of power up, and she studies the space to see where the magic is coming from again, and pinpoint it more thoroughly.
Okay. So as you can, it is in fact the altar that is sort of emanating with a not an extremely powerful, but sort of like a mild necromantic energy, like sort of a dull necromantic light. Nothing that particularly stands out. You kind of narrow your eyes a bit and you can see it is emanating from the altar. So nothing particularly strong, but the altar does have sort of a small aura of a minor aura of necromancy about it.
I think we should destroy this altar just in case. Well,
Do you want me to?
well, I'm a bit torn because it could impede with an investigation, but it also definitely still has some small amount of necromancy tied up in it, and I don't know exactly what it does. That could be a problem for us. Or the people up there, and she gestures towards the ceiling.
I also don't know how wise it would be to do anything that could create too much noise down here. We're not
I guess we'll
entirely
hold off
welcome
for
guest.
now, but it doesn't seem to be a very strong emanation, so maybe it was something that was only useful during the ceremony, but isn't now. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Can I study the altar, like investigate it really thoroughly for any kind of like runes or writing or secret compartments, anything of that nature?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Well, she's doing that. Mabel, could I just? Mabel comes over and just runs her hands on the altar.
Okay.
And closes her eyes. I don't know if I'm really insight on the altar, but does it feel like it shouldn't be here? Like I should destroy it? Like it's dangerous?
Roll a d100 for me.
Okay.
I was a 25 on that investigation check. I rolled a
Okay.
natural 19.
You're kind of very, very carefully sort of running your hands around the outside of the altar and, very carefully investigating it, sort of maybe poking and prodding at different parts of it. It seems it's sort of like a black obsidian and a sort of granite altar, sort of combined between like a stone base and then also some polished obsidian. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be any major inscription or carving upon the altar. Just seems like it is sort of a very plain, very simple altar. Whatever magic is on it seems to potentially be have been enchanted or bestowed upon the altar. Doesn't seem to have any sort of secret
So-
compartments or latches or anything, or runes even.
So I get the impression that it may not be a permanent enchantment. It was something that was like added to just a hunk of stone.
Not necessarily. More so that you don't think there's anything extra here that you're missing, I should say.
Okay. I don't think it's anything we need to actively worry about. I can't find any kind of runes or anything that would suggest there's something still to be activated on this altar. I think whatever it was used for has already been done.
I rolled an 83%.
Okay. It feels a little bit uncomfortable, but other than that, nothing really calls to you.
I will like not pet it, but just like slap my palm down on it and nod at Willow. I agree. It doesn't feel like it's dangerous or meh. I don't think we need to mess with it at all.
Yeah, I think we should leave it for now, just in case it's important later, for any kind of investigating.
Have a thought. And you can like if I cannot do this, I totally understand. But
Ooh, I'm
Well, I
excited.
love when
I
things
was
start
I
out
was
like
I
this.
was looking at like kind of my things, and I was thinking about rituals, and a ritual is a performance. Yes. Now I know there are like spells where I could probably do this, but I do not have these spells. Is there any way that I could do some sort of performance check to find out exactly what the ritual was, or at least which cult actually did the ritual on this altar?
Insight?
While
I'm
she's
like, are we inciting this altar? I feel like
while
that's what we're trying to do.
I'm
while
could,
she's
could I? That's why I was like, could I do some sort of weird amalgamation of like an insight plus a performance check? Because in Amita's mind, a ritual is just a performance for your gods. You know, everything is kind of a
Right.
performance.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Mm-mm.
While she's doing that, can I also grab the iron mask? How big is it? Is it like the kind of thing that would potentially be worn, or is it more just sort of vestigial, like a tiny little thing, or...
Wait, I thought you shoved that in your bag already.
Okay, then I pull it out of the bag.
Yeah, it's
Wait, I just want to study the mask a little bit, and if it's big enough to put on my face,
Nope.
I want to look at the altar with the mask. The mask is
No.
not magical. The mask is not magical.
Oh, Mabel.
But I'm wondering if it might be tied to the altar in a way that it would reveal something about the altar.
But then it would be magical.
I-
Wait, Mabel doesn't even know you have this, right? Like this.
No, she doesn't.
okay. All right.
Okay,
So
I get. Mabel's fine. Mabel's fine. It's fine.
I'll let you resolve the insight thing first, but I just wanted to say I want to look at the altar with the mask, like, in front of my face and see if it reveals anything additional. I think the DM is currently writing extra shit for... No, I'm kidding.
all right. I mean, if you want to, okay, roll a d20, and what's your modifier to performance?
+7.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, you can roll performance. It might be a little bit more specific based on your question and roll, but let's see. Let's see.
Oh my god!
Do you
I
nat
just rolled a
20?
nat 20. I did.
Okay. In the meantime, Willow puts on the mask. You don't immediately die, right? There's no sort of Vox Machina, Queen of Death thing happening, but Alter starts to sweat. Yeah, no. But okay, with your nat 20, you're kind of getting the sense that these things are somehow not connected. Like what's happening here in these interconnected rooms is some kind of a mockery or a blasphemy or a message that has been sent. That's the kind of vibe you're getting with your nat 20, and you're pretty confident in that.
Okay. And which cult is carved in his chest?
The Cult of the Black Sun.
Okay, so one of the skulls had fangs on it. It had a crown and then it had fangs. And now he's got a black sun on his chest. I think whatever is happening down here. So the two massage therapists do not like each other. And I think that Harmony, your guy, and maybe what he's involved in, knows about the other cult, and they came down here and did a bunch of stuff that was not cool, and is currently trying to blame the Black Sun cult. So that like people are looking more for them because now there's a whole dead body that just says, "Hey, the Black Sun cult was here."
Yeah, I'll add to your nat 20. You feel like, as you're talking out loud, you feel like that this was likely, given that this altar here represents some sort of necromancy, and the Cult of the Black Sun has some themes with sort of eclipse and sort of blood and shadow magic. That it was tied to this cult of blood. You're getting the sense that this is the Black Sun sending a message. To someone, or about something specific.
Okay. I don't know if dear Lady Jane wants to be where she is, but I am starting to think that the Black Sun cult has Lady Jane, and her friend probably tricked and or kidnapped her. I'm thinking Carmilla tricked and or kidnapped her, and yeah, we should probably find her while she's still hopefully alive.
Yes. Jaren. Was that his name? Jaren?
Yep.
Jaren said that when Lady Badov was lost at the bathhouse, she was going through a downward spiral, and he feared that her girlfriend, Carmilla, had swept her up in the promises of this Black Sun cult, and she may or may not be possibly a sacrifice or some kind of vulnerable position where she may die if we don't get there in time.
I that Carmilla is very charming, so I could see how that is something that would happen.
Is out of game, is Camilla Lady Saren with the tattoos and scars?
No, different person.
No, someone different. Okay.
Lady,
I don't know myself, and I don't know.
the Lady Badov was the one that had the tattoos and that had the where you right. So Mabel has some interesting rumors that she picked up from Miss Ellen, but the other person that was said to have gone missing around the same time was someone named that sort of disappeared around the same time as Lady Badov did, was sort of a member of the other family, the daughter of, there's like 20 families here, so let me just double check your direct messages.
There were a lot of names, so I was like trying to. I don't remember Camilla.
House Tulindo. Right, so
okay.
Lady Saren of House Tulindo both went missing at the same time. She was said to have been having some kind of a relationship with Lady Badov as well, who has sort of a like a 4 or 5 person polycule.
Okay.
Because good for her. Hashtag jealous.
It always sucks to see other people living your dream.
Right?
Hashtag goals.
Yeah.
Okay. Mabel's just gonna silently follow. Fine.
Okay. One door remains. It's the door with the skull with the crown and the fangs.
I may have missed it earlier, but the mask revealed nothing else, yes?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
There is...
I figured it wouldn't, but... Sorry, go ahead.
There is sort of like, when you put the mask on, just a little bit of... You can... That same magic you detected before, you can almost see the glow of the altar, like this very faint pale green glow. But it seems to match and resonate with what you felt when you used detect magic.
Right. Okay. But yeah, she'll put the mask back in her bag,
okay.
And
all right.
We'll all go traipsing back to the other door. Yeah. Unless Key has something they would like to do, or anyone else does. I'm just trying to include everyone. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm rambling. Please.
Key, you said you're kind of mostly just observing, right? But you make your way back into like the rotunda here, and anything else you want to do? Or okay. All right. So the final door remains.
Final door. Harmony will check it for any kind of... Wait, this is... Are the hinges on this door broken, or was that another door?
You had already opened it.
Okay,
yep.
Cool. No traps, cool.
Yep.
Harmony is stepping
right
in.
Okay, so you kind of just reopen the door, right? Looking down the hallway, nothing else sort of catches your eye, very dimly lit. And you can sort of hear that sort of very subtle sploosh of water kind of back and forth. So, right, making your way in.
And this is the door of the crown, right?
Yes. Yep.
This is all new to Mabel, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna be. She's poking her head into like the doors to figure out what you guys have been up to.
Okay. All right. So you had opened the door, closed it, and are now sort of proceeding in through the tunnel. Okay.
Harmony's going to try and keep an ear out for any sounds of Lady Badov dying.
Okay, all right,
Hopefully
perception
not,
check.
but you know.
Lady Bada dying.
I would like to keep an ear out for
Sorry.
anyone dying, perhaps,
Okay.
as well.
Eh, anyone is not on the paycheck. Lady Badov dying is on the paycheck.
Some of us care about more than money, Harmony.
I got bills to pay.
Do you, though?
Student
Yes.
loans.
No, college is free under the crown.
Harmony's not in college.
No, but Nikki said something about student loans.
Paying off those, yeah. That is, you said perception, right?
Mhm.
That is a dirty 20.
20. Okay. You're kind of making your way down the sort of there's a few sets of steps, and as you kind of get a little bit closer, sort of towards the edge of the steps, you can hear sort of like muffled voices and maybe sort of like a pained grunt from sort of round the corner as you get a little closer, and you can kind of just make out sort of the faint sound of conversation. You'd have to get a little closer to listen in, but you sort of hear sort of muffled voices, sort of very aggressive, and then like
Harmony
more of a
will-
masculine grunt. But...
Okay. Hearing that it's more of a masculine grunt, Harmony turns around. I'm joking. Harmony, will signal to the party that she can hear something, and will kind of bring a finger up to her lips to be like, shh, and will proceed to kind of try and be as stealthy as one can when wading through stagnant water.
Okay, all right.
How tall are these ceilings?
Only about 8 feet tall, so you might have to kind of bend down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mabel's got her hand on the ceiling to make sure she's not running into it.
Fair enough. All right, Harmony, as you get a little closer and stop having previously listened in before, kind of wading in just a little bit, you can hear sort of a very sort of a deeper feminine voice kind of asking questions, and you hear, "Come on, I can do this all day long. Tell us how she's able to control us like that. Tell us how we break the spell, or I just..." And then you hear like a sploosh and like a sort of like something, sort of like a splat, like a and like a, and she's like, "Tell us how to break the spell. Tell us what kind of magic this is." And then sort of followed by more jabs and be like, "How is the red right hand involved in all this? Speak!" And then
That guy is not having a good day.
Also, like when you're torturing someone, you have to give them a chance to answer before you continue torturing them.
Nah, where's the fun in that?
Excuse
well,
me.
you do hear a follow-up that's like from another masculine voice, and be like, maybe we should give him a chance to respond. Kind of, and then you hear like a, "I don't know what magic this is." And then there's like another pause, and you just hear, "Hit him again," and then you hear like a scream this time, sort of be let out through the chamber.
Sorry, I'm writing notes.
Mabel's in the very back trying to herd everybody forward because she wants to know what's happening.
And then you hear again, tell us how to break the spell and what kind of magic this is that she's using. He's like, I don't know.
And none of these voices are familiar.
Correct, yep.
Cool. Wait, I have message. Message is pretty quiet, right?
And you can do that an unlimited amount of times. So you can just hand wave, say you're using message, and everyone can communicate.
Yeah. Harmony gives you guys a WhatsApp message. Here's the lowdown. Yeah, get a little notification. Just kind of feeding the conversation to you guys so you can kind of understand what's going on. And she'll just whisper, I don't think I recognize any of the voices. Should we proceed and interrupt them, or?
Probably.
If someone's being hurt, we either need to
right.
help. Well, we'll help either side.
I would prefer not to help people torturing people, but yes, we should probably
Fair point.
intervene.
Harmony will proceed forward then.
Okay, stealthily or just making your presence known?
The Harmony wants to be a little stealthy, so
Stealth check
Bugbears
from
are
Harmony, and
stealth.
if Key you're following up, stealth check from Key as well, right around that area.
I just realized I have access to Amina's token. I'm gonna move you everywhere.
I have access to both Amina's and
18.
Mabel's tokens, and I have been wanting to use it for evil, but I have not. Willow
17.
also follows behind stealthily.
17 is good, and Key, stealth check.
It was 18.
Perfect. Okay. So kind of the two of you kind of stopping there, forming a little bit of a bottleneck. Key and Harmony are able to very quietly sift through the water and sort of peering around the corner. This room is a little bit more brightly lit with torches, and what you can see, the eastern part of the room itself is unlit, but the western part is brightly lit. The room is otherwise flooded, embraced with floor-to-ceiling wooden beams. Rough-hewn steps rise out of the murky water to the western portion of the room, which is dry and lit by those previously mentioned brightly lit torches and sconces that flank another stone altar. Shackled to the wall behind the altar is a sickly-looking man in a loincloth with a burlap sack over his head. An alcove in the northern wall contains a freestanding suit of plate armor missing its helm. Standing before the altar are two grim figures, a powerfully built woman clutching a mace, and an even bigger man wearing a bucket helm. The woman is jabbing the prisoner with a spear, causing him to twitch. Both figures are clad in chainmail, and the woman carries a wooden shield, the figure of a flaming skull with a crown, no fangs, painted upon it.
Sorry, I'm writing notes.
Can we all? I can't tell how big this hallway is. Can we all move to see it, or is it just a bottleneck? You said.
A little bit of a bottleneck right here, but currently you do
Okay.
have the jump on them. At least Key and Harmony do from where you are.
If Harmony hasn't been detected yet, because she knows that the rest of the group are kind of like stuffed in the back, she's gonna just slowly make her way across to the opposing kind of corridor.
Okay.
just to give everyone a bit more room.
Okay. All right. So for everyone else moving into the room, stealth check.
20, not natural.
How much?
20, not natural.
Woo.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
It's the bare feet. That's what it is.
Right.
I got an 18.
Nice. So far, so good on the group stealth check.
I got 19.
Wow. Yeah, you're all kind of like doing the other than being fully submerged, you're like kind of doing the apocalypse now thing where you're like sort of just kind of coming out of the water and like you absolutely have the jump on them. Which is a lot different than the last time I ran this, where everyone just kind of stumbled in here. There's a big dramatic reveal, and this is very convenient for y'all. You do have the jump.
The armor that you described,
It has 2 swords on its back.
Okay. Does it have any kind of like symbol or sigil or any kind of noticeable design mark?
Yes, it
that
has.
Maybe from a. Oh, sorry, go on.
That's okay. No, it has the 3 skulls, sort of the flaming skull, the skull with the regular skull, and then in the center, the skull with the crown atop it. Again, none of them have fangs. So burning skull, regular skull, and then in the center is that sort of same image that you keep seeing of the skull with the crown atop of it. A lot of familiar imagery. Some of it defaced or altered, some of it not, throughout this complex.
Harmony will look towards the group to see if they wanna do a little surprise jump out, like happy birthday, or are we just gonna listen to this man
Can I
getting
get
tortured?
cake? Am I supposed to make a cake?
Do you have cupcakes on you? You could like happy birthday and throw it at them.
A 3-tier birthday cake out of her backpack.
Oh my god.
I also have message, so I'm just gonna message Harmony and be like, I have mage hand. Do you want me to just yank her spear out of her hand?
As you're kind of filtering in, you hear again one more time as this individual that's chained up is kind of struggling to breathe. And the sort of larger woman puts the spear under his throat. And she says, I have 5 men who all of a sudden switched loyalties and have blank stares in their eyes. So you tell me what kind of foul magic she's spinning up, or the next one will go through your chin and out the side of your cheek. It will not kill you, but it will be agonizing.
What a woman.
Should I just grab her spear? Like, what do you want to? How do you want to stop this?
Is he talking about what's her face?
Harmony will nod.
Yeah. All right.
And will also like simultaneously get a. Wait, is the other person has a mace, right?
So the woman with the spear has a mace on her back, and the other person also has a spear.
Oh, okay. Harmony will simultaneously prep a dagger to kind of like throw at like the back of the hand in between the, I don't know what they're called, but the sorry, I heckin' forgot to press the key. She's aiming for the part of the hand so that they drop it. They drop the spear as well.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. That would be a little bit of a higher AC to hit. To hit the hand
After they do their thing, can I ready the spell Grease to cast on the spot where those 2 cultists are standing after the spear shenanigans are done?
Yeah, I mean, so you wouldn't be readying it because that would make you lose the spell after like 6 seconds. But um, since you do have the jump, you can coordinate it so that as soon as
Yeah.
it goes off, you can absolutely sort of cast a grease spell. So no big deal. That works for me.
So yeah, I'll just kind of nod at Harmony and then try to mage hand that spear out of her hands because she can't see me. So I'm gonna assume that she won't be expecting someone to just yank it away from her.
Correct. Okay, so you're using action mage hand to just kind of grab the spear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would say she's holding. I mean, she's still holding on to it pretty tight. So I would say make an Arcana check to see if you can manipulate the mage hand to sort of and manipulate the magic to sort of grab and pull with the mage hand for it with someone holding on to it. So
I believe in you.
Arcana.
we'll call it DC 13 Arcana because yeah, y'all have. She's not expecting it, so she's not have a death grip on it. She's kind of like loosely holding it. There's a couple of moments where she loosens her
+6 to
grip.
Arcana. I just made it.
Would you get 14?
Yeah, I rolled a 7, so I got a 13.
Okay,
Nice.
so you kind of see the magic just kind of slowly wrap around the spear, and then you see her kind of like look up confused for a minute, and then you bring the spear out of her hands, and she kind of looks surprised, spins around to see y'all, and that Harmony, you're throwing the knife?
Yeah, Harmony's throwing
Okay,
the dagger.
okay,
at the
show
other
me
one.
a thrown dagger attack. You said at the other one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would that be advantage because I'm unseen?
Yes, it would be.
Woo.
I instead of grease, I would like to instead cast fairy fire. If
Okay.
I may.
All right, that works. So the sort of does your fairy fire look like anything
So-
specific?
Yes.
It's
So
also a
as
dex
this-
save, right?
It will be yes.
Okay.
As this is happening, as the spear yanks out of her hand, and Harmony throws the knife, Willow holds out her left hand, and this little sort of rocket shoots out of it with this like high pitched whistle sound, and it sort of like hits the ceiling right above the two cultists, and this like shower of sparks comes down and sort of like bounces off of their armor, or tries to bounce off of their armor and stuff, and showers the space with yellow sparks and lights. Essentially, it's a firework. She launched a firework at the ceiling right above the cultists and showered them
Nice.
in light.
Okay.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
All right. In the meantime, as that's going on, everyone roll initiative, but you still have a surprise round. I'm rolling initiative for these two individuals.
That's a 23 to hit.
Okay, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage on that knife. Knifeu.
Nice. That is a max damage for 7 points of piercing. Yeah, piercing to the hand.
Okay, so right into the hand of the other guy with the spear, and I would say make a medicine check, DC 13, to see if you can get him to drop the spear by aiming at the right spot.
13, just about. 12 plus
Yeah.
1.
Okay, so he drops the spear, as they can still free object interact to pick it up, but right now they are unarmed. So very cool. Well done. I have another stat block I could bring in. Okay. And rolling initiative. All right, and Fairy Fire goes off. They have to make a dex save. Key and Amina. Oh, no, sorry. Key and... did I get everybody? Who hasn't? Oh, Mabel. What are y'all doing in your surprise rounds?
I don't know, because I don't know what Mabel is expecting to happen. Like all of a sudden we came up. Actually, you know what? I am going to cast a spell. I'm going to cast Bless.
Okay.
And I'm going to bless. Who is in front of me? Let's see. So, Harmony, Willow, and then I guess because Amina's next to me and Key's in front, I'll cast it on Key. So the 3 in front of me, I'll cast Bless. That means whenever a target makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends, which it lasts up to a minute, the target can roll a d4 and add that number to your attack roll or your saving throw.
Okay.
Sorry, just to double check. That was Amina, Key, and Willow?
Mm-hmm. No, not Harmony, Key, and Willow.
Oh, right. My bad. Okay, cool.
Okay. Toggle. Whisper toggle. Initiative tracker. Descending. All right, we've got the 2 things in the background.
Oh,
We have Keziah and Yaris. Key, Harmony, Willow. Amina, what was your initiative?
It's a 17. I forgot to click my token.
That's okay. 17. And Key, what are you doing for your surprise round?
as soon as they turn around, Key will cast Vicious Mockery and just, I don't know, one of them at random, just be like, have you never heard a woman's charm before?
All right, let's go with pick a number, 1 or 2.
2.
Okay, it's the one on the south, so the guy with the bucket helm. All right, and 11. I think everyone can see themselves on the turn tracker. Correct? Everyone's got eyes on the tracker.
I don't see myself on the tracker.
Uh,
What did I do? I rolled a 13. Why did that not?
13.
I love how Key's like,
Okay.
you seem like you have no bitches.
Oh my
Right.
god.
Yeah, no, basically, yeah, that's
Okay.
what it needed to sound.
So Fairy Fire deck saves. That is 1. What is your save? What is your spell save DC, Willow?
Wisdom.
Oh, right. That's an important
no,
question.
what?
14.
14. Okay. The gentleman on the bottom of the bucket helm fails. Okay, and the woman, the large woman with the spear that she has now dropped, also fails. Okay, and the vicious mockery
yeah!
for the individual on the bottom is wisdom save from vicious mockery. That is going to be also fail. So damage on vicious mockery 4. As you kind of Key, as you kind of say that, your voice kind of carries, and I really like with vicious mockery and other bardic sort of abilities like the Bene Gesserit from Dune, when you hear Key's voice sort of echo through the room, and it makes your hearts all skip a beat. But the individual sort of that dropped the other spirit kind of holds their ears and just starts to scream in terror as they take 4 psychic damage. And Fairy Fire illuminates both of them as that sort of reddish firework kind of goes off and sparkles, and they all illuminate very brightly. That one takes 4 psychic damage. The other one up top is also illuminated by Fairy Fire, as is the one down the bottom.
All attack rolls against both of them have advantage as long as I maintain concentration.
What was the knife damage against the one on the south again, by the way, Harmony?
It was 7.
7. Okay, and he's got a dagger sticking out of his hand too, and so a dagger in the hand, and then sort of that sort of shadowy infernal voice echoing through the room. Willow, Fairy Fire, Harmony, knife, Key, vicious mockery. What was Amina doing again?
I yanked the spear out
The
of her hand.
right, with
I
the
wish she could
mage
stop
hand.
stabbing the man.
Now that you actually dropped it sort of on the ground right before y'all. Let me just make sure that your mage hand has enough room to do that. So yeah, easy enough, 30 feet. And Mabel did what again?
I blessed.
Blast. Okay,
Blessed
and
everybody. Bless you.
Yep, sort of that sort of sparkling golden light sort of falls upon those who are blessed momentarily, and we're gonna jump right into combat.
It hits your noses like she boops you. It's a little gold spark on your nose.
Aw.
New track from our friends at Tabletop RPG Music.
It hits.
Combat music.
All right, Willow, you are up first in the initiative order.
All right, so the
Actually,
one
this
that
isn't
is
right.
currently reeling from both a dagger and some psychic damage.
Yep.
Willow will charge up some electrical energy in her left hand. She sort of like rolls it around her fingers for a second, almost like contact juggling,
Mhm.
and then just throws it like a softball pitch at the guy that has already taken a couple of hits.
Perfect. So you ball up that lightning and get ready to pitch it. Go ahead and show me that attack roll.
I'm gonna spend my DM inspiration because
Okay.
my highest roll was a 7.
Ah, fair enough.
But 23 total to hit.
Absolutely. Big old ball of lightning coming right at this guy.
Hell yeah. That's a total of 14 lightning damage. I rolled 2 5s.
All right, so as this guy has the dagger sticking out of his hand and sort of a little trickle of blood comes down both ears from that vicious mockery from Key's really intimidating voice, that ball of lightning just kind of launches itself across
actually-
the room. Yes?
Hold on. I'm also going to use the temporary Blessing of Inavar I got last session
Okay.
to add a d8 plus 3. Give me a second to
To-
find a d8.
To the damage roll?
This attack. Yes.
Hold off on that for now. I would hate for you to waste it.
Oh.
Because as your initial attack hits him, he just kind of, as you can see the lightning, and he starts to smoke, and you can smell the burning flesh, and just kind of starts to foam at the mouth, eyes roll in the back of his head, and he just kind of collapses in upon himself. He had 11 HP left, and that's enough to do it.
Oh.
Well,
I, as a player, am delighted. Willow looks horrified.
Okay. At that,
That is my turn. I
The-
stay where I am.
fair enough. Okay. All right. The woman here kind of just echoes a command phrase, just Rishkar. And as she does, you can see these two blades that are on the back of the statue just launch themselves forward through the air and start to sort of spin into the main chamber. These blades levitating with this black shadow flame that kind of roils in midair, sort of are now,
That's hot.
yeah, they've now appeared on the battlefield.
cool.
Cool,
That's
cool, 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 cool. Tight, 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 tight.
Tight, tight,
Nice.
tight. Red, green, blue, yellow. All right, 5, 10. It's gonna launch itself this way, and the last attack came from Willow, so it's gonna head down in this direction, and it just kind of, the spinning sword with this black shadow flame just kind of launches itself through the air, sort of spinning like, and it's going to try and make an attack against Willow. I have to take the whisper toggle and advantage toggle off because we don't always want to roll at advantage. No, thank you. Makes my life a lot more difficult. And a 12 to hit.
Misses.
Okay, so you were able to just kind of like dodge to the side, and kind of as the blade kind of right by your face, you can feel the wind harmony as well as this blade comes and just kind of stops as Willow seems to dodge it. That would bring us back to Amina. Amina, it's your turn, followed by Keziah, who is now deceased and is kind of like just twitching on the floor. So Amina followed by Mabel and then Key.
Okay, so I am going to cast Dissonant Whispers
Okay.
at this other person. That's a Wisdom saving throw, DC 13.
Okay. All right, so the Fist of Conquest, dead. The Iron Console. You said Wisdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have started combat. Tactical Discipline. 20. Dirty 20.
Yeah. Okay.
And what was the spell again?
It was Dissonant Whispers.
Okay, is that half damage on a success?
No, it's pass fail.
Okay, all right. So you also try to let out these sort of whispers that echo through the room, and you can hear the hush, hush, sort of coming from Amina, but they sort of echo through the chamber, and you can see this individual kind of, not today. Anything else for Amina?
And then more out loud, she's just gonna go, "You're not very nice."
And then she just kind of looks up, and she's like, "That's why they put me in charge."
I think that's all I've got for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna stay over here by Mabel.
You are behind a pillar, so you do have probably, with your position, probably half cover. So we'll bring it to Mabel. Mabel, what would you like to do on your turn? As you emerge into a much larger room, it's about 12 feet high, so you don't have to quite, duck so down as much as you did in the hallway.
Couldn't really see anybody before, so I'm gonna squeeze past Amina and lumber my way into the room so I can get an actual look at the people.
Sure, yeah. There's
And
two
then,
sort of
course,
shadow flaming flying swords, and also this woman who's looks like she's about to pick up her spear.
Okay. And
Oh no,
she's the
sorry,
one
her
who's-
mace, because the spear is over by your feet. So, but there is another spear right over here.
Cool. Can I I squeeze past Amina to look at the person who was just insulting her.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, you are very mean, and I'm going to pick up the spear and launch it at her.
Okay. So go ahead and go into the compendium and add a spear if you want to make it easier. That way you can just make an easy spear attack.
Okay. I have
I can also add it for you if that's easier.
I've been looking at. Let's see. Give me 1 second.
Sure thing.
Okay. I am going to throw this spear. Spears are plus to okay. That is a. Ooh, that's not. She's not great with spears, so that's a 11 to hit.
11.
Did you roll
does
with
not hit.
advantage?
No, I did not roll advantage. I get advantage.
Yes, because
Fairy
she's
fire.
she's
Fairy fire.
glowing with this sort of orange and red light. She has this aura, this glowing red aura around her, like a giant beacon that says
There-
"Aim here." Yeah.
There are little sparks like bouncing off of her and sort
Perfect.
of dancing around her.
Only slightly
That light her.
13.
15.
13.
13 does not hit.
Okay, it just goes wide. I'll be like, this is why, and I'm just gonna move forward because oh no, we're still so low level. I only have 1 attack. We're babies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll
It
just,
doesn't help that you're also multi-classed, so it's going to
I
take you a
know.
while to get your extra attack.
I'm gonna be like, gosh, darn it, stop! Wait, who are we supposed to be fighting? Which one of you is the bad guy? Are you both? Who are we killing here? I turn to everybody else.
Oh, okay. All right. I was gonna say, do you say that out loud?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm saying that. I'm saying
All
that
right.
out loud. Like I don't even know what we're doing.
Okay. So
Well,
yeah.
the one in the robes are torturing.
Okay. Okay. I'll just position myself, Mama Bear style, in front of Amina, and I guess kind of Key. So I've got both of them
Okay. All right.
protect.
All right. Fair enough. You kind of mama bear yourself in front and take the spear, throw it, and she kind of dodges and clangs off the wall. Almost hits the guy behind her. Right? He's like, "Run!" All right. And
Everybody be nice.
Key, it is your move, your turn.
I will be casting Eldritch Blast.
Yes! Are you doing the
Finally.
multi-blast?
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Amazing.
Heck yeah.
So how many beams
And
is it
that's
again?
not going to kill the guy chained to the wall, right?
Correct.
I
Yep.
think they're attack rolls.
3.
Right?
3 attack
Yeah.
rolls.
There's
Because you have
3?
3 blasts with this.
All right.
Okay.
Show me 3 Eldritch Blast. Blah, 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 blast.
19.
Okay, that's a hit.
Natural 20.
Oh shit!
Which is a total of 26. A second natural 20. Are you? I like that dice.
Oh,
What?
keep that
What?
dice. Keep that dice.
What? Okay, when testing it out earlier today before game, it rolled a 22.
So 2 nat 20s. Okay, so 2 nat 20s and 1 that definitely hits. So do me a favor and roll. Okay, roll the damage for just the first one. And then we'll do the nat 20s.
Is that a D10?
I gotta check and see if there's
A
modifiers.
D10.
I'm
So
actually not sure.
that's 2, but do I get antagonizing blast on the first one?
Whichever one you want.
Yeah. Antagonizing blast is definitely in there.
Okay, and what does antagonizing blast do?
So it's
Adds
my
charisma mod.
adds
to
my
the
charisma mod,
damage
so
mod.
it's a
There you go.
6.
If you want to add it to your nat 20, you'll get more damage.
Okay, I'll add it to my nat
Well,
20 then.
It's a modifier, so it
don't know.
wouldn't double with the crit anyway.
Okay. So how much on the first one with the modifier?
6.
6. Okay, so 6 total or 6 plus the modifier?
6 total.
Okay, and that includes the modifier that you added?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then the... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go with the Jeremy Crawford default on this, even though I'm not 100%. I'm gonna give you the extra. I'm gonna give you the bonus twice on your nat 20. So, what's the total? What's your charisma modifier?
4.
4. All right, and then I'm gonna add another 4 from your for the nat 20. Okay, so and then the other 2 nat 20s. So that's a flat 20 right off the rip for big bad damage rolls, which also applies to enemies. So 20 damage, and then roll 2 more d10s for your regular die.
A 2 and a 5.
A 2 and a 7 total?
Yes.
Okay. What does it look like as you unleash this volley of Eldritch Blasts, like through the room and hit with every single one for this huge damage? What does that look like?
It's absolutely this, like, almost a mist. A fast-going mist that's just black and purple, and Key's eyes have gone black as they're holding out their hand, and that pulse is emanating from that bracelet.
Okay. So yeah, so usually Key's kind of quiet and reserved and kind of waiting for their chance in combat, but you see them just unleash this volley of shadow flame, and the larger woman that was up there with the spear that was going for her mace is just kind of and then she's just embroiled in shadow flame and just and lets out this shriek of pain as you can see her whole body is now permanently engulfed in shadow flame as it brings it to her turn. Anything else for Key?
Nope.
Okay.
That's gonna be it for Key.
That was badass. And Mabel's afraid to turn around because that all happened. She put herself in front of a Key.
She's going
some of this stuff just happened.
She's gonna completely forget about oh no, she needs a spear. She's going to kind of run over and pick up the spear that's on the ground, and then sort of just rush down into the water, still on fire with this sort of shadow flame, screaming in agony as she runs over and is gonna try to sort of spear attack.
I'm in danger.
And she's going to, I'm going to say she's going to use this to issue a command word for the sword that is closest to Harmony and Willow to take a swipe at Willow, who did attack. Or, yes. Okay. So that is going to be a 22 to hit on Willow.
Yeah, that'll hit.
As she runs in charging, and she's going to be Farakta! And she was a command word for attack to the sword, and kind of the shadow flame just kind of goes into your collarbone and very quickly sort of shoots in and out, and the wound starts to immediately smoke with this sort of shadow flame energy as you take 9 slashing damage, and it sort of cauterizes itself from this shadow flame. But that is 9 slashing, magical slashing at Willow, and that is... She now is going to make 2 attacks against Key. Just kind of a quick thrust with the spear, the spear. So, with discipline. Oh, 1 attack. Sorry, 1 attack with a spear. 18 to hit for a 6 piercing.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, so kind of right under your flank, you're able to have adrenaline, you try to dodge, and it kind of goes through, superficial, but kind of through a couple of your ribs, and you can feel the pain as the spear jabs in and out. And 6 piercing, okay, and then she issues another command to the sword behind her, which is going to sort of fly over and also try to hit Key, because that's where she is focused, and that is going to be another long sword. Ooh, for a natural 1, it just kind of bounces off the wall. And kind of the shadow flame goes out temporarily as it sort of flies into the wall. Harmony, you're up.
Okie dokie, artichoke. This sword in front of me. Is it just slashing wildly, or is it only attacking when she says that command word?
It's more flavor. They seem to be activated, but it seems like she had some kind of a bit that she took her time to try and issue an additional command to it, but they seem to be active separate from what she's doing.
Right.
Like sort of once it's activated, you can't really turn it off until you either use some kind of magic on it or break it.
Okay. I don't have that thing that sorcerers get yet, so...
Have you all been remembering to add your D4 to your attack rolls?
Is Harmony blessed, by the way?
Yeah, how
It
many
was
is
Harmony,
Perfect.
Steve, and Willow. So you all should have been adding D4 to your target.
I didn't think it was important when Willow rolled a 23, but I'll keep that in mind.
Add it.
I wanted to make sure.
I had 20s on dices. It was fun.
But Harmony's going to kind of flick out her wrist and summon her sword. So this kind of like... The hilt is these 2 twisting dragons that curl around her hand, almost like to guard it. And then like the point is this almost prismic... almost like it's made of glass, that comes down to a point. And as she kind of like begins rotating her wrists, it kind of liquefies and turns into pure lightning as she lightning laws at the fellow lady ahead of her.
Okay.
That is... I need a strength saving throw from this individual.
Okay. Natural 20.
Wow. Well,
sorry.
seeing that she's quite beefy, Harmony is going to use the water surrounding them, and as a reaction is going to do a silvery barbs, but the way it appears is that she's electrifying the water to like throw her off.
Okay.
So let me cast a spell. So magically distract the triggering creature, turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another character or creature. So basically they have to roll another d20 and add their modifier and use the lower roll.
Okay. All right.
I love that
Silvery
spell.
Barbs is an insanely good spell.
That
It's so
is
good.
13 total. It's 10 plus 3.
Okay, that fails.
All right.
So,
Who gets the advantage though?
So you
I will give the advantage to. Let me see. I will give it to Willow.
Oh, thank you.
Of course, Sue. But that is 1d8 of lightning damage.
Okay.
Wait. Yes, because they get pulled 10 feet towards me. So Harmony will just latch her and then bring her close and be like, "Come here, darling."
Okay. So the
and
swords
then
kind of
she gets
switch
electrified.
places. All right. So yeah, you take the sword out as described. It turns into sort of this liquid whip and kind of wraps around this sort of fluid whip and wraps around this lady. And there's like a second where she dodges, but as it comes back, like the Balrog in Lord of the Rings, it kind of grabs her by the throat and pulls her close. The sword, you hear a clang as the sword kind of goes up and over and sort of repositions itself there. And she gets pulled in. You've used your silvery barbs. And you can hear the whispers again coming from Harmony as she kind of, the woman kind of has to shake her head and is confused as to how this actually happened. She takes 4 points of lightning damage as the water around her begins to spark, and her clothing, now still being wet, also starts to spark as she is pulled closer to Harmony.
I suggest you surrender before my colleagues kick your ass. And I end my turn.
Okay. Willow, you are now immediately facing this larger woman.
Yeah. So actually, never mind. It doesn't matter because silvery barbs. I was gonna ask what kind of armor this person is wearing again.
Seems to be a chainmail armor.
Okay. I would like to use Shocking Grasp on her.
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna roll my physical dice. I forgot it does that. Let me roll a d4 to add to.
Okay.
It also didn't roll with advantage. Give me a sec. Sorry. The roll 20 automatically rolling it threw me off.
No worries. You do have
It's a
advantage
dirty.
here.
It's a 21 total to hit with the d4.
Okay. All right. Top of the turn order. Willow, that does hit. So go ahead and roll damage.
All right, so that's 3 lightning damage, and she can't take reactions until the start of her next turn.
Okay.
And then I also am gonna pump the Blessing of Innivar into that for an additional 6 fire damage. So
Okay.
as Willow pulls back her left hand, the lightning begins to charge up in her hand like she's doing a lightning throw, and then she like crushes her fist, and the lightning spreads out over her fingers, and then she opens it again and reaches for this person and hits her like right on the chest. And a shock sends through her, and then a symbol of Innivar lights up on the back of Willow's hand, and her hand momentarily glows almost red hot and sears into the woman's chest as well.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask you how you wanted to do this, but that is exactly as described. As the sort of
Cool.
sears into her chest, she just lets out one final scream in agony as she's being both simultaneously electrocuted and having this magical fire burned into her chest. And you can see the symbol of the sort of hammer striking the anvil, sort of wreathed in sort of a wreath of flame, the symbol of Innivar. She just kind of looks at Harmony and just, loyalist crown dogs, and just kind of splashes into the water. Dead. The swords are still spinning.
Harmony is absolutely honored that her final words are about her.
And that's it for Willow?
Well, I'm actually going to move away from the swords. Just
Okay.
give me a second. thanks to my infiltrator armor, I have 35 feet of movement, so I'm going to move here.
Okay.
Nice.
I understand that I may take attacks of opportunity from
Yes.
the swords. But as she gets over to this person, 8 misses.
And a natural 1. And they clash
Fantastic.
with each other. Someone have it re-roll. Yeah, so the one on the right deals 7 slashing to the one on the left as, let me see if they're resistant, as they kind of, as you see, you see Willow kind of expertly kind of serpentine between these two swords as the other one reignites with Shadow Flame, and in sort of this odd moment of physics, they just kind of try to both attack as Willow perfectly dodges at the right moment below them, and they kind of clash with each other, and there's a crack that appears in the one on the left, so as they're kind of vibrating steel that strikes each other now. Very cool.
Hell yeah. As she gets over to this person, first of all, does anything about him look familiar in any way? Like, do I see any kind of
He's got a burlap bag over his head.
Okay, do I see any kind of insignia on his outfit or anything of that nature?
Nope, no insignia.
If I can't do that during combat, that's fine.
Yep. Well, that would be just sort of visual appearance, and no, it's just sort of loincloth and a burlap sack.
Okay, okay.
No tattoos or anything. Oh, actually, not from what you can see. You would have to do a more thorough investigation to look for any other marks. That would be...
Do I need my action to take the burlap sack off his head?
Yeah, I would say that's a free object to interact if you want to just rip it off.
All right, so yeah, she'll do that. Can you... What's going on? Can you tell me? Nope, that's not the right accent. Fuck me.
That's all the right accent. Fuck me. I love that.
She just tries to ask him what the hell's going on, who he is.
Okay, fair enough. You rip it off. We'll come back to that. Actually, that is... that brings us to the sword and initiative count 20. So as this is all happening, he just kind of... Water. But that's all he manages to say. And this sword is going to attack... I'm gonna... It's a little... Doesn't really have a clear... Actually, no, the last order from it was to attack Key, so it's going to try and do that again. 7 to hit. Misses. Key, you're able to kind of just... You kind of dodge under it, and then kind of with that sort of... the jewel in your palm, you're able to kind of duck under and kind of crack it out of the way. Amina, you're up. Followed by Mabel and Key.
Okay, so these swords are next to each other, yeah?
Yep, one of them just accidentally hit the other one and damaged it as well.
Right, I'm gonna hit them both, because they're constructs, right?
Constructs, yeah, they seem to be sort of magical, more magical animated objects than constructs. But objects for sure. Oh yes, constructs, you're right, sorry.
Great, so that's gonna do double damage then when I cast Shatter on them, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Because Amina doesn't like the spinning swords and
Shadow flame spinning swords, yeah.
yes, doesn't like the swords, so they have to go away now. So I can hit both of them in a shatter spell.
Nice.
So
there's one simple request in the chat for one of the swords as it spins around to just go whoa. Okay.
It's gonna make me so sad if you destroy both of them. I want one.
Okay, so
well, it's 26 because I rolled a 13 and I do double damage on that. So yeah, 26 to hit both of them.
okay. Is it half damage on a success?
Yes.
Okay, all right. 26 rounded down would be 13.
So 13.
Yep. Okay. So the one on the right that seems to be particularly it's maybe sort of a different steel material, or maybe a little bit well kept than the other one. Does roll a 14 con. So it's a pretty sturdy, well-made magical sword, and it sort of cracks in like 8 places, but still maintains its shape. For 13, and the one on the left just immediately shatters as there's this sort of rumble, and you sort of strum a chord, and it sort of has this melody that sort of is very bassy, and you can see magic sort of coming from Amina. From what's your instrument of choice again?
Oh, I have not pulled out any of my weapons.
Okay.
This is all coming from me because
Oh,
it's
got it.
gross
Yeah.
in here.
Yeah, so right out of Amina's hands then. So with just a little bit of like a melodic tune from your voice, and sort of using your fingertips and your voice, sort of the sort of magic wraps around the center of the room, and then you just hear that sort of like a really loud piano like banging on it, and it lets out this dissonant chord, and one of the flying swords, as you hear that loud thumping piano note, just kind of shatters, and the other one cracks in about 10 different places and looks like it's about to fall apart at any minute. Anything else for Amina?
Yeah, I am going to use my movement to go over to this gentleman with Willow.
Okay.
Because I figured they can take care of the sword. We need to make sure that this poor guy doesn't die, because we have questions.
Mm-hmm. All right, fair enough. And that's it for Amina?
Mhm.
All right, very cool. Mabel, you're up.
Mabel's looking at this nice flying sword.
It looks like it's about to just fall apart at any moment.
It's so nice looking though. Can I try to just grab it?
You can try.
Can Mina just try to Mabel try to just... Oh, I want to destroy it. Whatever.
Well, what's
This is
your
such a waste.
your strength modifier?
+5.
Okay, so that would be a I'll say I'll let you give it a shot. So that would be an opposed grapple check. So go ahead and make a
Reach out and try and grab it. Stop
okay.
it from spinning.
All right, so go ahead and make an athletics check.
Athletics.
Yeah, and it gets
That's
to
a
make
good one for me.
it's going to make an opposed acrobatics check to try and fly out as sort of not its commander tries to reach out and seize it, and it fails.
I'm your commander now.
Well,
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah.
you got to roll high. Well, it doesn't fail, but you got to roll higher than a 6. So show me a 7 or higher on athletics.
No, we're good. That's a 25.
Okay.
Nice.
So Mabel, annoyed at the sword, just reaches out. How do you break the sword? You just break it over your knee? What do you do?
Break it. I want to reach out and grab the sword, stop it spinning, and then pull it to my face and say, "You're mine now. Stop it."
Okay.
In her best mom voice.
Okay.
You stop right now.
I'm very disappointed in you.
Disappointed
Yeah.
in you.
So you reach out and grab the sword, and with your strength modifier of 5, you squeeze it so tight around the hilt that you just y'all hear like a crack from the sword, and sort of a line goes up the center of it, and it stops moving. And you're holding sort of a cracked, damaged, currently an unusable sword in your hand.
If you're nice, I will get you fixed, and we will have a very nice relationship going forward. How does that
Oh
sound?
my god.
If not in 100 years would I say that Mabel would have treated a flying sword the same way as another enemy. But I'm here for it. And that is the end of the initiative order. So we're out of initiative, so feel free to move about as Mabel subjugates this sword, and it just cracks up the middle with one final command, squeezing it so tight.
I'm out, and I'm going to gently wrap the sword so it doesn't break anymore, and put it in my bag.
Okay. As you're all kind of calming yourselves and coming down from this, you've sort of wrapped the sword up and sort of put it in your bag, and being very careful not to damage it.
And
Can
making sweet noises at it.
Oh, sorry.
Renee, go ahead.
Oh, can Harmony check the body of the individual in front of her just to see if they have any insignia, sigils, anything
Yes,
of importance on them?
absolutely. So they have a necklace let me go ahead and, I thought we were at the end of this track, but we are not. We're like right in the middle. That's still a good segue. Good musical segue. That was also tabletop RPG music. Alright, so you can see with your eyes. Loop track enabled. Okay. Kind of doing a cursory as you start to investigate. You kind of start to look under the neck, look on the fingers, and she has some pretty standard sort of silver and steel metal, like sort of like a couple of tungsten rings. Nothing that's out of the ordinary. Some accoutrements, some knickknacks and everything like that. But the necklace has sort of an onyx skull necklace, and in addition to that, knowing where to look, you sort of move her sort of shoulder length, just above the shoulder length hair to the side, and you can see on the back of her neck is a tattoo of 3 stars.
What do
And
the 3
that's-
stars? Do we know what that means?
That's symbolic of the cult of the
Unholy Trinity.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
So is she fighting for 2 sides? Is that?
There's some stuff going down here, y'all. I told you I was really excited about this dungeon.
what is
Sorry.
that?
I was writing note.
That's okay.
Multiple cults.
While you are kind of doing that, Key, you're right there as this is going down. What's Key doing?
Ow. It's just like what he just lets out, but then also is investigating the body.
Okay. Yeah, together you can see, you are right there and you see Harmony kind of move the hair and you see that symbol of the 3 stars. And again, kind of that sense that everything is disconnected. Like nothing here has any insight as to your history or background. So from everything you've seen, there's still that element of things being disconnected from everything that you have going on, which is, it gives you confidence in certain interactions in here that you might be keen to advise on if that ever comes up. But other than that, you don't find anything else with Harmony, as you're both kind of giving a cursory inspection of the body. Mabel, how about you?
I guess after I put the sword away.
Mhm.
Oh, is anyone really hurt? Are we okay?
It hurt.
You hurt?
Yes.
Are you the one who looks the worst, I'm guessing?
He's sort of holding their side. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, come here. I come over and I look you over very carefully and then gently kiss your forehead and cast Cure Wounds.
Amazing.
No, that's so cute. Ah!
Call me a baby. It's okay. It's okay.
Come here, I take care of you.
Abel just picks up Key and starts like,
It's
it's
so
okay. Yeah, so you heal. Okay, so go ahead and roll Cure Wounds.
My dollars. Here it is.
Wholesome. This is wholesome quality D&D content.
Does the guy that I am
11.
next to sorry.
11 points a day. Healing.
Okay,
I was
all right.
only hurt 7. I'm just squishy.
I'm so very powerful. Yes.
All right, yes. And you, with a very powerful kiss from Mabel, you hear this sort of like sparkle, this sort of sparkling noise, and you can feel yourself, the pain sort of dissipates, and you can see a little spark of golden light over by your right flank and between your 2 ribs where the spear had penetrated, and the wound starts to kind of close on its
There's
own.
a faint smell of vanilla.
Oh. Thank you so much, Mabel.
Of
Thank
course,
you.
dear.
Amina, you start to get a whiff of vanilla as we go over to Amina and Willow. Amina and Willow, go ahead. You're both kind of over at the in the same location, sort of with this man. Amina, you're looking to your right and you see that there's the armor there with the 3 skulls and then the body of the other individual. Willow seems to be intent on helping the individual chained up. Amina, are you doing anything specific in this sort of this position that you're at right now?
Since Willow is there helping this guy, I think Amina is gonna go over. She's not gonna touch the body because she's not sure how long it, if he's still got any spark left in him after being zapped by Willow.
Right.
So she doesn't want to touch him, but she does kind of want to see what he's got, his whole deal. Just a cursory, like perception check on like his armor, if he's wearing any rings, weapons, that sort of thing.
Sure. Same situation. I'll give that to you on your passive. You're able to discern that. Maybe also you can see Harmony kind of fishing around and pull out a necklace with a sort of like an onyx skull on it. So he might have something like that. And you can see also Harmony checking for tattoos. The one for the other one happened to be on the back of the neck. You know that seems to be common for the Unholy Trinity. This one, this man here, you're able. He's got a bucket helm on. It probably looks like the helm of the armor that he just used as sort of armor to put on himself. But other than that, you would have to get a little more hands-on to look for any tattoos. But he's got, again, maybe about 5, same thing, sort of tungsten material rings on his fingers. And he's got some tattoos that seem to go up his hands. Very simple, nothing, really of any significance catches your eye at first that you can see on the tattoos. They seem to be very simple, but you would need to get a little more hands-on to look at up the arms and on the back of the neck. You would have to actually touch the body. But with your perception check, with your passive perception, you are able to discern that the body seems to be safe to touch as well. Okay. So you won't get electrocuted if you touch the body. Yeah.
Then after that, then I'll go ahead and do like an actual investigation.
Okay, so go ahead and if you're taking the time to do it, like Harmony, you won't need to roll, but I'll come back to you with the results. So while you're kind of checking the body, Willow will go over to you as the man asks for water. And all of you have decanters with water. It's default equipment, so you do have some water to share.
Is this man bound with ropes, chains? Is he like shackled to the wall? What's that situation?
Sort of tied up to the top of the wall by knotted rope, thick rope.
Okay. Yeah, Willow will just pull like a knife or something sharp out of her bag and cut those down real quick.
Okay.
Right. Sorry. Water. Yes. Here, and she'll hand him the
rope?
The canteen after she cuts it. Yeah.
Okay.
Just drink slowly. Can you tell me your name?
He kind of like collapses on top of you and just kind of as you kind of put him back against the wall, and he kind of takes a sip and he just, his name is Kendrick. Just takes a sip of the water and just and you can see he's got like a dozen wounds all over his torso that are slowly bleeding.
Give me just a second. Writing thing down.
Okay. All right.
Right. Sorry. My name's Willow. Here, and I'm going to use my last spell slot to cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. All right. That was going to be my next suggestion because he was about to bleed out.
It's like,
Yeah,
I already
well
cast
done.
my last spell slot, so glad somebody else has Cure Wounds.
Even with the long rest, you only.
I only have I cast Bless and Cure Wounds. I only have 2 spell slots.
Oh,
We're level 3 and
no.
she's multi-classed.
Yeah.
Oh
remember?
no! All right. Oh,
And I'm only 1 level in Cleric, 2 levels
okay.
in Barbarian.
Gotcha.
Willow switches some things over on the hand and gently puts her hand on his chest, and this pulse goes through him, almost like a defibrillator, but different, not exactly the same structure. And he heals for 8 points.
Nice.
Okay, so
As
even
this pulse of energy just spreads through his body.
okay, that'll bring him back up to full. But he just kind of, oh, jeez, what are you doing to me? And this, okay, and you can see the wounds start to close as he just, and kind of slumps back up against the wall and just, fuck.
Sorry. Yeah, that has a little bit of a kick. It's sorry. What happened? Who are you to these people? Why are
He kind of takes a few moments to sort of collect himself and then just kind of scans the room and looks at all of you. Looks at your, kind of takes a minute or two to like look up your attire and kind of just take stock of everyone in the room, and then just kind of just, I'm just a delivery man. I was kidnapped, brought down here, tortured, asking me things I don't know the answer to.
Insight check.
Okay.
Ditto on that.
Oh
Can
yeah,
I assist?
absolutely. Insight check.
I just
Yeah.
best.
All right.
Delivery man, you don't work for Uber Eats. Get out of here.
Someone just ordered a pizza down here. I don't know.
Good night, Cat.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, the fucking Ninja Turtles are right around the corner.
That's my next character. I'm playing a delivery man as my next character.
I thought you were about to say it was going to be a Ninja Turtle.
Dude. I got a 19 on an insight check.
That's a 16 from me.
Okay, Cat, one of our patrons, by the way. So thank you, Cat. Appreciate you. Right. And who had the 19?
I did.
Okay, and who else
People
rolled?
have been trundling over to see what was going on.
I got a 9 total.
Okay.
Willow is not in a good place to be insightful.
Okay.
Harmony also did. Got 16.
Okay. All right. So Harmony,
I also rolled for Key
Okay.
and I got a 21.
Oh, geez. Okay. So I'm gonna say, and Harmony was 16.
Yeah.
All right. Harmony, sort of being that far away, you're kind of like you're still down over by the body, but you start to make your way over. I'm assuming, and
Yeah.
you're definitely getting a little like you're getting some vibes where you need to do a little bit more of a thorough investigation. You know, like maybe something's up, but you want to get more info, but you were distracted before. Also, being where you were, you can see that sort of this hallway connects. There's still some water down here, but it connects to sort of this raised platform, and then also seems to connect to another section of this complex a little bit further down. But having a lot on your mind, to get a little closer, you're like, I'm just going to get closer and see what's up with this. But I feel like we should probably push this guy. That wasn't... Why were they questioning him, right? But for Key with the 23, and Amina, did you... no, sorry, Amina is looking at the body. So... Amina, as
I rolled for that as well. I got a 22.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. So all right, so Mabel, with your 19, you're like you're skeptical, right? You're skeptical.
Yeah.
You're like, what? By the way, Amina, as you kind of you find a similar necklace, sort of another onyx skull necklace as well, and also on the back of this guy's neck, in the same position as the other cultists, are those 3 stars tattooed on the back of his neck.
I'm gonna
And-
take the necklace.
Okay.
I'm gonna wrap it up in something, but I'm gonna take it.
Rip off the necklace, wrap it up, and put it in your pocket and or pack. And you're like listening the whole time and seeing the tattoos and looking around, and Key and Amina, this guy was healed up. He's probably still in a state of shock, but taking that like 2 minutes to really look y'all up and down and see if he could figure out exactly what all of you were here for, and seemingly taking a long time to size you up and sip on the water, narrow his own eyes. He seems like he doesn't want to tell you quite a bit. Definitely seems like he's hiding something. You Amina and Key, neither of y'all believe this guy that they kidnapped this guy, that he's an innocent traveler. You don't believe that for a second.
So Amina is just going to stand up and walk away from the corpse there, and he's chained to the wall, right?
And no, Willow cut him down. He was tied up by like thick rope to like a little hook on the top of the ceiling, but Mabel cut the rope. Willow cut the rope.
Sir,
Oh,
she seems like this woman that we just, obliterated. She seemed like she knew what she was doing. Crazy spinning swords, not fun.
You're
She
telling
does
me.
not seem like the type of person to just randomly grab someone off of the street and start poking holes in them just for fun.
Why not? You said yourself she was
If
crazy.
you want our help, you need to be honest with us because we don't like it when people lie and manipulate.
Are you trying to be intimidating or persuasive?
I don't think Amina has an intimidating bone in her body.
Okay.
So
Go ahead and make a persuasion check for me.
not great. 14.
14. Kind of just... He just says, "Oh, my side. Oh, it hurts." So I love
Key,
the eye
do you
roll.
have any more of those super fun blasts left? And I'm just gonna message Key like, I have no idea if you do or not, but just say yes.
He just, like, hands, like, kind of the gem on the hand kind of glows, and Key's eyes turn black looking at the dude.
Okay, Key, go ahead.
Mabel will help by taking her giant ass iron cast iron pan out and like putting it in her hand.
Amazing. Okay, Key intimidation check at advantage.
That, let's see.
That's great. I love characters with
21.
21. Okay. As Key's eyes go black and sort of there's this negative pulse of energy in the room, and Mabel just kind of over the frying pan. He just kind of looks at Mabel and looks back at Key and be like, "No, no. What else do you want to know? They took me down here. They tortured me. What do I? You not see the wounds?"
Perhaps the
But
truth.
now you're all healed up. So we want to know what's actually going on.
You have to ask me specific questions.
What were you delivering?
Kind of just very important packages.
From
See,
whom?
why do you want us to ask you specific questions if you're going to give us vague answers? Please, just be direct, sir.
Was the package human or humanoid?
No, we were here to pick up a delivery of very heavy sealed objects that were sealed in crates. We had to use a big deal to get them packaged up. But I was just here to oversee the operation. I was supposed to be on a ship out of here, and then they captured me and took me down here.
Were these packages, these large packages, were they coffin shaped?
No, they were package crate shaped.
And you
Is
didn't bother
there someone here in Bastion's Hold that can corroborate your story?
I don't know. We don't necessarily
You're
advertise
throwing around
every.
Hold on, you're throwing a lot of we, a lot of plural terms, but there's nobody that can corroborate what you're doing. You're part of a group, but that group can't confirm that you're part of it.
I work for a very particular organization, and they prefer to keep things as close to the chest as possible. I don't even know what was in the crates. All that we were picking them up and shipping them north to Eocosta in the City of Lights. So we were picking them up from a warehouse in Bastion's Hold, in the docks ward. But I never made it to the pickup. Because I was snatched and tied up down here.
Why were they asking you about a spell?
Yes.
They said something about multiple men suddenly losing their loyalties and going glassy-eyed under a spell. What was that about?
They think one of their other prisoners has some sort of magical powers that they can't explain, and they think that because we share very distant connections to an organization, that somehow I have the answers for this.
And you don't.
No, I have no idea.
So you are not useful to us at all, right? And Mabel starts getting, her body starts getting bigger, and her face, like, she looks like she's smiling, but it's her snarl. Her teeth are starting to show, and her ears are
Please.
pinned all the way back. And
Please
No,
don't.
stop.
We did not break up a torture just to torture this man ourselves. Stop it, please.
What was the does anyone have in their notes the specific name of the coster that the stuff was being sent to from the warehouse that y'all were at?
Good God.
That was so long ago. It was on the boxes, wasn't it?
Yes. Ooh, I know how to find that out. I can just type the word coster into the Discord.
That's easier because I can't do that with my notes.
That is the Merkroot coster.
Okay.
And he says that. He says, I was delivering these. We're supposed to deliver the packages by boat to the Merkroot coster. And that's, and for they think because we have a casual connection with one of their other prisoners through a tertiary organization, that I know how she gets her powers, and I have no idea.
Who is this other prisoner?
Kind of. They had said they had assumed that we knew each other, but they had said her name was Lady Jane.
I fucking called it. Hold on. I fucking called it. I put it in the chat. She got power she wasn't supposed to have from the fucking... I put it in the fucking Discord like half an hour ago.
Apparently she shows exceptional talent in use of her magic and her innate abilities, and is somehow a threat to this cult that you have down here. You've seen their tattoos, something about the Unholy Trinity and the three daughters of shadow and death.
Have we checked this guy for tattoos or anything?
No, because we thought he was a victim.
You say that like you're disappointed.
We did think he was a victim. Oh hell, I lost my train of thought now.
Sir, would you mind standing up and declothing yourself?
He's got no clothes on. He's only wearing a loincloth.
I was gonna say DM did say he was basically naked, so.
Never mind.
Were you taken alone? Were you taken by yourself, or do they have more of your organization down here?
He does have a tattoo on the back of his neck, but it's of two raven wings and sort of a raven head pointed to the left.
Oh, he's part of the Ravens.
So, are we tying him back up or no?
Why would you want to tie me back up?
I think you should stay with us just because we don't know what else is down here. There were animate corpses a few rooms back. And this place is like a maze down here.
Okay.
Once we get out of here, we need you to come with us to the Lawmaster so we can sort this out, please.
Okay. That's Grissom. Yes?
Does he seem genuine about the whole okay, or is he gonna like make a run for it?
Make an insight check.
Yeah. Okay.
Before we
go
go
to the Lawmaster. Huh.
I do have a question for you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for this guy, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those raven wings on your back.
Yes,
Is that the organization you're part of?
that's correct. Yes.
Cool, cool. I heard them say something about the red right hand.
Okay.
Was that something that they were looking for?
These cultists. It's just a. It's just a nickname like the boogeyman that they give to our very legitimate organization.
I don't believe him, do I?
Well, make an insight check. Also, who was making the other insight check?
Me.
Okay, what
I
was
got
it?
A 15.
And what was that on specifically?
Oh, I got a 12. Sorry.
A 12. Okay.
That was just to see if he was like, yeah, I'll go with you to Lawmaster, and then he's actually gonna make a break for it.
It seemed like he seemed like he's okay with it.
20.
1T.
Not natural.
And was that on very legitimate organization or something else?
That was on what he was saying about the red right hand, that it was just a boogeyman, that it was just a nickname.
Oh no, but he's not going to tell you. But
No.
there's
I know
getting
I know he's lying.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's you said that they are accusing you of being associated with some other organization because your organization is tangentially related to them. What is the organization they think that you are a part of?
So they claim. Something about the Black Sun, but I mean, Raven, a tattoo? Do you see any other tattoos? You don't.
How DM? How long has the Black Sun shit existed?
About a year and a half it started popping up. But
so a
6
bit
months before
early
the
for it to
eclipse.
have a bit early for it to have offshoots and shell corporations and shit.
Yeah, possibly.
Shell Corporation.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, can you fight at all? Do you?
Oh, I can. If you give me a weapon, I can swing it. I know how to swing a sword, but I'm not an expert swordsman. I'm simply a tradesman, delivery man.
Right. That's what you said. Okay. I almost said Rin. Willow points to the body, the guy with the armor with the skulls. I don't have any spare weapons really, but anything you find on him, I mean, he's not using it anymore. She very pointedly does not look at the body, but she just sort of points at its direction.
He kind of slowly stands up and he says, "Just fucking cultists." And it's quite frankly insulting that anyone could think that the Black Sun could somehow be connected with our organization. We have existed for centuries now. Since the Centuries War.
Mabel would have no knowledge of the Ravens, right? This is just from her rumors that she heard.
Make a history check. Call it DC 11.
Can you tell us more about your organization?
History.
If
Yeah,
you are
it's a natural one.
Oh, yeah, you're like... But then he looks over at Willow and he says, "Our organization is Ravensguard. We have served the Crown and the Queen since the Centuries War, providing essential goods, services, mercenaries, trading, and supplies, as well as information to the Crown. Our informants and our network is vast and deep. And there is this unsavory connection being insinuated between the Black Sun and our organization, which I believe to be vehemently false. If there is any type of corruption within our own organization, we will seek to root it out."
What do I know? Sorry, I'm distracted by Key. What do I know about Ravensguard?
Just that they, exactly as he basically gave you the general description. If you want to make another history check, you can, to get more out of it. You know, maybe what people would know on the street type of thing.
It's a total of 12, so...
Oh yeah, so basically what he said. You know that they're an organization that, with a 12, for a long time, they started operating during the Centuries War and towards the latter years of the war, and they were kind of extra legal, and since they are heavily involved in criminal activities, smuggling, extortion, racketeering, that sort of thing, assassination.
All right. Well, take whatever you can use from that person and let's continue on. Just listen to everything we say, please.
Okay, I'll go ahead and just, I guess, throw on this man's clothes. Prefer not to wear the clothes of a dead man, but I don't suppose any of you have an extra change of clothes on you, clean clothes?
Here, I have a
I-
shirt that'll fit you.
Unless you'd want to wear a corset and high heels, I don't think so.
Mabel just pulls out one of her old shirts, which looks like he probably looks like a child now playing in adult's
He
clothes.
says, I'll just take the other man's clothes, but
Oh.
hey, you never know. I mean, I'm
Comfy.
open. You know, gender is just a construct, so.
You're based?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
I
like,
just got told it was snowing outside and I got really excited. Sorry.
you know, if you could get a heel on a nice boot, you know, that would look, you know.
All right.
You have to do a
let's
shopping
He
episode
just
for
continue.
this
keeps
man.
talking, and Amina's just like, I don't like this man. And the sooner we get rid of him, the better. But also, she really wants to tie him back up and like kind of drag him around. And Willow's just like, here, take this dude's clothes and whatever weapons you can find. And internally, Amina is screaming, like, why are you giving him a chance to literally stab us in the back?
Did he seem like he really believed what he was saying about the Ravens being better than like not being oh, my brain is like shut off today.
That's okay. Well,
Um,
you know, Raven's Guard is sort of like an extra legal, co-legal organization that exists as a trading coster, as one of the largest trading costers in the Voskratoria.
But he seemed so adamant that it was not being infiltrated by the Black Suns. Did he really believe that?
Well, then he followed up with, and if there is corruption, we will root it out.
But that's what I'm trying to, like, he really believes that, though. That's, like, not him trying to pull the wool over his eyes. He's very much, he seems like a trying to keep the upstanding Raven's Guard thing going.
Yeah.
Okay. He seemed pretty adamant, but, you know, Essie's a good actress, so hard to tell.
Thank you.
Can I investigate the other body to see if she has any like keys or I don't know, a map, something useful for these halls, for these caverns?
None of them have keys or maps, or anything else for that matter.
Okay.
I would say maybe you could find a total of 17 silver, 54 copper. And in the
Y'all
chat.
can take the coin. I don't really care about that. Is this a door over here by where Willow is?
That is a door, and as let's see, we'll say Kendrick will go ahead and.
Well, do we want to take like a short rest while he suits up?
Yeah, I
Some
don't think it
time
would take
to
an hour, would
Depends
some
how
time
everyone
to-
else feels.
some time to bandage this would be nice. And she gestures to her collarbone, where a sword, you know, gave her a pretty nasty gash.
Oh.
Y'all have not taken a short rest yet today, right?
No, we
mhm.
haven't.
Okay.
Amina's just gonna go, well, darn it, Willow, come back over here. And she's and she's going to do a cure wounds on Willow.
Okay. All right.
I was trying to save on stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Alright, so only 4 points, but it's something.
Okay, and
Well,
sort of
7 total because you had your
Oh yeah,
spellcasting
the
modifier.
+3. Yep.
Silvery, golden, sort of sparkly magic sort of comes and wraps around your shoulder wound. You hear like a crack as it kind of pops back into place. Yeah.
You need
Thank
to
you.
be tip top. We you know. Besides, I've got this, and she's just gonna point to a rapier that looks ridiculously decorative. So if I do, need to get close, I'm good at, pointy in goes into the other person.
Willow, despite herself, does have a small smile. Right. Okay. Thank you. So we'll just give him a few minutes to suit up, I guess, and then we'll continue. Can we use that time to sort of investigate this space, the different paths, see what we can see, that sort of thing?
Yep. And as we sort of take a minute to sort of investigate the space around us, look at other paths and sort of suit up, take a breather. Let's go ahead and take an actual breather, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. So well done, everybody, on completing that fight. I need to just add a spear in here, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Perfect. Okay, and we'll be back with another delve deeper into the dungeon when we return. So we'll see y'all back here in 10 minutes, y'all. And yeah, see you then. But take care of yourselves, get water, and we'll see you soon. Bye. Okay, and we are coming
You happen
back
to be muted,
in.
Aaron.
And we're coming back in hot. There we go. Okay, thank you. All right, hey everybody, welcome back. We're back. And picking up where we left off. Carry on, y'all. Speaking of killing blows and everything, how is Willow doing? Willow seems to be sort of
Right now, she's trying to focus on the task at hand.
enough. All right. Well, we are here amongst the overflowing basement of this crypt below the Seaside Bathhouse, and you have Kendrick Jace, who is now following with you, spear in hand, and with the clothes of a dead man that he has recently donned, and he is prepared to carry on and traverse the rest of this complex with you. There is a door to the east. It does not have a design on it. It is just a standard wooden door. And there is a path to the south with a hallway that connects here to both rooms that sort of winds down a little bit further to the south, wherein there is another door. So 2 ways to go.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
The other sword that was destroyed, is it like shattered so it's in pieces, or is it like...
It's pretty shattered.
Okay.
It's in
Via
multiple
the
pieces.
spell shatter.
Yes.
Okay.
Shatter successfully shattered it.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
I just wanted to make this just in case it was still around. I was going to grab that one too, but
Fair enough. It's in many pieces.
okay.
The door to the east, is it locked or trapped?
Okay. Investigation check, please.
Did we check the other way?
You're kind of peering down the hallway. You can see that there's another door, but
Mabel's just going to wander up here.
okay.
23 on that investigation.
You are confident that the door is neither locked nor trapped.
There's another door up here.
Yeah, this one over here doesn't seem locked or trapped or anything.
Where does it go? Step over this body.
Kendrick, which direction did these assailants either come from or drag you from? How did you get in here?
They knocked me unconscious and put a sack over my head, and then I woke up here.
Right. So, who wants to pick which direction we go?
Would we be able to sense Lady Jane with like a detect magic?
Unfortunately, detect magic doesn't work that way. I mean, you can try to see what comes up, but
Because like
Would
if she's like super power, if she's over here messing with magics that she shouldn't be.
it does not detect innate magic or sort of magic that can be conjured by person. But if she has magic items or sort of maybe like a magical spellcasting focus, it might detect that.
It's only good within 60 feet, and it can be blocked by different like materials and stuff.
Yes.
Up to a foot of stone can block it. So while we were spending the several minutes him getting dressed, I could have been ritual casting detect magic. Just to have that up for a bit.
Sure. Okay. Nothing else in this room, including the altar, appears to be magical. The altar seems to be a formality.
Can I just open this door then and see what's behind it?
The one where Willow is?
Mm-hmm. You said it was unlocked and untrapped.
Yep. If you want to squeeze by Willow and do that, you can.
Or Willow,
Yeah,
you
Willow
can open it.
Willow will move out of the way and let Mabel do her thing, while she's getting the detect magic up.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and swap your tokens
Curious.
around. Yep. You kind of and open up the door.
Keep moving my token around.
Okay. You kind of look into the next room as you slowly open the door, seeing into the gloom in front of you. There seems to be a few more pillars, wooden pillars, support beams directly in front of you, a staircase that leads up to the right, and sort of a room that opens up to your left and seems to sort of wind around into another path.
Okay. So that
So-
definitely seems to go someplace.
Yep. 2 ways to go in that room.
Okay. I'm gonna play this like video game style, and I'm gonna close that door. Go back the other way and see what's in that way.
Oh, and I'm sorry, there was Willow on Keziah's belt. On the man that was in there. The man also had a shield, it is a steel shield, and there is a skull with a crown that was painted on the shield. With the blood, it would be explained by him by Kendrick, that his blood was used to paint a skull with a crown on the shield of Keziah's shield. Also, hanging from the woman was an iron key with 7 keys.
Oh,
Yep, an iron key with 7 keys.
okay.
So you do have that. That is one thing that you obtained. I'm just looking for items specifically that in here. Right. And
Fantastic, thank you.
of course,
Should
you
we-
are looking into.
Sorry, pardon?
Oh, go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, I'm sorry. However, Mabel, when you looked into that room, you did get a very strong smell of rotten eggs.
Great. I would immediately be like, "Oh God, somebody left some eggs out. It smells so bad in that
Yeah,
room."
it lingers. It's really foul in the other
I
room.
definitely close the door and back away.
Okay, all right, closing the door and backing away. I'm gonna bring it back to Harmony in the hopes that she remembers what she was gonna say.
I have unfortunately not. I'm so sorry.
Oh no. Okay, that's okay. What would Harmony like to do in that situation? You seem to be at the head of the group.
Harmony, is We're trying to figure out where to go. Harmony is going to look down the kind of path that she's facing. Are there any recent water tracks other than Mabel's that are going through this path that would symbolize recent activity?
Okay. Survival check.
Ooh, I get advantage because of like 3
Yee.
sessions ago.
Yeah. Cashing in old tarot cards. All right, we love to see it.
That is a 17.
17. You do not see any water tracks, but you do notice the door up here seems like the dust on the ground by the door was recently disturbed. You know, like when you open a door and it kind of leaves some tracks in the stone. It looks like it has been recently opened.
I think someone's recently been through here. Might be worth checking it out.
As long as it doesn't smell like rotten eggs.
Weird specification, but I will make sure it does not smell like rotting eggs.
Oh, I'm sorry. The door down there to the other way, I opened it and it smells like rotten eggs. Like somebody left the refrigerator door open. It was so bad.
That sounds absolutely gross. Did you see anything else in there, or was it just the smell that put you off?
It goes somewhere. There, it turns. Did you say there was a stair?
There is a stair that's going up to where Harmony is. And also, yes, hydrate or die straight, 1 and 2 tarot cards. This is going to go in the queue, but that is from Rory. So Rory, there is a 2 of adversaries here that I am going to put aside in the bank, and I'm going to check off a counter that I have over here that I've been keeping track of, and we're going to up that counter to 2.
Counter, sorry.
Carry on.
What prompted the counter increasing? I'm sorry, I was looking at other thing.
4 of adversaries tarot card pull from Nikki, from Rory.
Scary.
Upping the counter. And also hydrate. Please hydrate. Or die straight.
I bet it's that person that's like stalking us. It's like, once it gets to 5 counters, they kill you all.
What did you say was in that room that she opened? She said it was a room that was a hallway. Did you say there was more stairs in that room, or?
She's standing on top of stairs. So you can't see it from where you are because it's a roll 20 thing and there's a token there. But
I know, but when Mabel opened up the other door on the east side.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were.
When she had opened the door and she looked in, you said there was.
Yes. Okay.
Path that went off.
I'm just gonna put you back over here so you can see.
Okay. I couldn't remember if you had told me there were stairs in there.
To the right.
Okay, cool. Then that's what I relayed to you, Harmony.
Okay, gotcha. So stairs to the right, support beams, and then another path up and around. Sorry about the confusion there.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. Well, the door's directly in front of Harmony, right?
Yes.
She will investigate it, make sure it's not trapped or locked.
Okay. All right. Investigation check, please.
That is a 9.
It does not appear to be trapped and or locked.
Nice. It's absolutely safe. Harmony will proceed to open the door.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and move a little bit closer.
How many hit points do you have?
Sorry, what did you say?
Me or Avalon?
Oh, USC.
Okay. So you proceed to open the door. You kind of take a step in and look to your right. And you can see this particularly collapsed room has 3 wooden beams bracing its ceiling. Situated between the beams is a scorched wooden table with a human cadaver resting atop it. A frighteningly thin woman in a black robe is studying the corpse. Her face largely hidden under a cowl. Around her feet creep a swarm of skeletal rats. And as you kind of make your way over in this area, she kind of slowly turns towards you and just and go ahead and roll initiative.
Don't. Damn it.
Cool.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
It's kind of terrifying. Your jaw seems to open a little bit more unnaturally than usual.
Omni shivers, but Renee loves that shit.
Is she actually a woman or she was skeleton? You just said thin.
She's thin, but she has sort of a swarm of skeletal rats that are kind of like sort of chattering below her feet or on her ankles, like this constant movement. You have to struggle to make out what it is, but you can see that they're sort of skeletal rats, and as she kind of looks at y'all, she sends this swarm sort of screaming in your direction. This swarm of skeletal rats.
That heckin' hit Harmony deep in the fear bones, because I got a nat 1.
I love that. The fear bones. All right. So everybody else go ahead and roll initiative, please, in the meantime. We've got this lady in here who kind of points over and screams at y'all.
Not creepy at all.
Yeah, creepy lady. Then we have cultists.
Should have taken the eggs.
Right. And a skull lasher of death.
What? Wait, what?
Skull lasher of death.
Sklasher? Sklasher of death?
That sounds like such a
Skull
cool
Lasher.
metal band. Skull
The
Lasher
hash slinging
Skull
slasher.
lasher of death.
The hash slinging slasher.
Now I just need roll 20 to work.
Splash.
There's so much little stuff that I forgot to do for this. I got all the important stuff in here, but like making sure that everything was set to toggle so you could actually see the rolls and was actually in the game from the vast database we have for Roll20, and just like the really obnoxious stuff. All right, and then there's also a corpse on the ground in this room, which is interesting. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if it were on another surface, it would be really,
Willow,
really concerning.
Harmony. Looks like we got everybody.
Why did we all roll so low?
Apparently, Skella ladies are not our type.
Yeah, no, she rolled poorly too, and Key is first up in the lineup with a 14, and you can absolutely.
I was not expecting to be the first.
Ska Lasher. Yeah, no, it's the Ska Lasher, and she starts picking up. Pick it up. It's everybody takes psychic damage again. The Skull Lasher, and.
Skanking.
Gonna go with.
This is a spot to be in. I guess I'm just gonna vicious mockery her, and
nope,
I'm just
that
going
is.
to...
No, I don't want to play that. Sorry, I had to scream over so we don't get copyright striked. Come on. I hate this bot sometimes. No, why? I mean, that's
kind of dope,
but,
though.
Yeah,
That was pretty. Yeah.
You gotta drop a link to that in the Discord.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
while I open Spotify and try to manually link the songs in the queue because YouTube sues everybody and we can never get bots that we need. Key, what would you like to do on your turn while I work on music on my end?
I'm a vicious mockery her.
All right, you got it. What do you say?
Can I just like scream back?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
You can absolutely just scream back. Okay. Whew. 6. She fails.
That's a
So
hot 3
as-
points of psychic damage.
Yeah, you let out
Nice.
another sort of infernal scream, and it sort of echoes through the room, and it starts off sort of with a sort of high pitch, and then it just kind of reverberates and sort of explodes in the room, and you hear Key let out this really intense scream, and this lady is going to take 3 points of psychic damage. And what else would you like to do for Key? Would you like to back out, move into the room?
Oh yeah. He
Okay.
then backs away.
Okay, you got it. So probably right over there. Okay, Amina, you're up. And are you all the way up there? Or did you want to like get in the stack behind Willow?
Well, originally, Amina was, I'm not moving until this guy moves, sort of thing.
Oh,
'cause
so, yeah. Sorry.
didn't know like how far everything was, how long we were going to be walking, and just doesn't trust him.
Right. That's fair.
So,
Well, that's his position. So if you wanted to get a little closer behind him, you can. And also, everyone can absolutely move through other people's squares. You just can't end your turn in somebody else's square. So he's going to roll as well. Go. Yeah, okay. And he is a 12. So, Amina, what would you like to do?
From here can't really do much. What is 30 feet from where I am right now?
That is... whoops, hold on.
You can get right in that doorway.
Yeah, you could get right in front of Harmony. Into the room.
Okay.
If
So
you
then,
were so
yeah.
inclined.
I'm gonna come running up here.
Okay, kind of swerving your way through
because-
everyone.
Yeah, because I hear a scream, and then I hear
Mhm.
another scream, and then I see just a lot of things happening.
Yes. 2 screams, both pretty horrifying. One sort of very like terrifying in sort of a horror way. The other one sort of more powerful but also terrifying. And then sort of like that shattering of skeletons and bones, sort of like. And there's this large ball, this swarm of skeletal rats that is just kind of scattered and shattering over the floor in your general direction, as well as this really sickly looking old woman with like, she's not even that old, but she looks a lot older than she is. Very pale, thin, very sickly looking.
Don't like any of this.
And then also a body,
And
right? So
yeah, no,
lots of stuff.
Don't like any of this. Doesn't want to get closer.
Mhm.
So Amina is going to cast Dissonant Whispers again.
Okay.
So it's a Wisdom save, DC 13.
Add Kendrick after Willow. Okay. And what was the DC again?
13.
Wisdom?
Mhm.
30,
Ooh.
20. Sorry.
Again, I just cannot
I
get
know.
this spell to work.
So she kind of just, you can hear the whispers sort of echoing through the room, and she just kind of looks around and kind of looks over in y'all's direction and just kind of tilts her head to the side with a few creaks and kind of lets this unnaturally large grin creeps across her face.
Yep. Nope. Don't like that. Gonna find Mabel.
That is all the movement you have, unless you have more than 30 feet.
Nope. I'm gonna use Face Step.
Okay, all right. Is that like
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I am using Face Step, and I'm
Yeah.
getting away from her.
Is that's a inherent ability, right? Like a feature? Cool.
Yep, I
all
can
right.
just do that.
That's amazing.
Yep.
That's really cool. Yeah, so Amina's like, nope, and just poof, disappears and reappears right behind Mabel, and like a cloud of sort of golden smoke and like a couple of butterflies come out of the
Yep.
cloud of smoke, right? And like you swear for a second that the golden smoke takes the form of like some kind of like a a satyr creature, and you just kind of just brush away the smoke, and it just disappears back into the smoke, and you're like, nope, not you weren't invited, type of a thing. And
Yeah, no, not
that's,
yet.
yeah. All right, and that's it for Amina. Okay, Mabel, you're up.
Mabel just like quickly turns around and pets you on the head. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. This is so dumb. I hate skeletons. And I'm gonna go into the room.
Okay, yeah, you can see again that wave of skeletons gathering of skeletal rats just.
Cool. I still have my frying pan out from when I was threatening with it. So I'm going to just run forward at the rats and do an underhand swing with my frying pan to hit the middle part of the whole swarm.
Okay.
Take out as many rats as I can.
You got it. So you're just gonna run up to the swarm and start with your frying pan. Go ahead and make an attack with your frying pan.
My frying pan. Switch to my barbarian dice for this.
Nice. Syncopated rhythm and horns, yeah.
It's a 15 plus 7. What is that?
22?
22 to hit.
Yep. Okay, definitely hits.
D6. I haven't gotten to hit things much with Mabel, so I haven't been using my barbarian dice much. 4, 9. 9 points of damage.
Okay. Unfortunately, as you're kind of hitting them with your... Is your frying pan magical? Wait, no, it doesn't matter,
No,
actually. Never mind.
It is not magical.
So it doesn't matter. I was thinking of something different. But you are hitting them with the frying pan, and it doesn't seem to be having as effective as a result as you would have hoped. You smack one and try to scoop up the other ones, and they just keep coming back. It's this giant swarm of skeletal rats, and again, it's not really doing as well as you would have thought.
I had a 50-50 chance, and I went barbarian instead of cleric, and could have done the other thing. It's cool. It still looks cool. Still looks cool.
It does. They just happen to be resistant to bludgeoning damage because it's a big swarm. So, all right, 4 points of damage on the skeletal swarm of rats. Anything else for Mabel?
No, but I only have one action, and I use my movement. I'm just going to I think I have any bonus actions. No, I'm not gonna rage at these rats. I'm just gonna kick them, just for flavor. I hate skeletons.
So you just kind of start kicking into the pile of rats like stupid skeletons. Yeah. The chat wants to know if your pan is seasoned.
Of course it is.
Excellent.
What kind of question is that?
It's seasoned with the blood of her enemies.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
With actual seasonings, because she does use this pan for, cooking. After she's
I imagine it's also seasoned with several thin layers of a neutral flavored oil.
Yes.
Yeah.
Willow, you're up.
Sunflower oil.
All right. I don't think Willow knows what's going on yet, so
you can hear like the sounds of combat. You can hear Mabel's frying pan sort of hitting something in the other room.
I use 15 of my 35 to get here.
Okay.
I will sort of attempt to throw some lightning. Well, can I hit the swarm from where I currently am, or am I blocked by
Nope,
Mabel?
you can hit the swarm.
Okay. Willow will ball up some lightning and throw it at the swarm.
Okay. And you throw it towards the swarm. Go ahead and make an attack. Attack roll against the swarm of chattering skeletons.
21 to hit.
That does hit.
That is a total of 11 lightning damage.
Okay. Lightning starts to kind of arc through the skeletons, and the skeletons start to smoke, and you can see some of them just explode with the powerful force of your lightning magic. So 11 total, you said?
Yes.
All right. As they just start popping like popcorn.
And then I will come back down this other hallway and get back out of the way. And that is my turn.
Okay. Kendrick is just gonna get a little closer and hold an action. Oh boy. I am so sorry, everyone. This is a mini boss. 5, 10. She's gonna get here, and she's gonna just kind of crack her neck and kind of tilts to the side. She looks over at Mabel, and she just says, "Tell me, are your friends hiding because they are soft?" And just disappears into a cloud of screaming smoke. You can see skulls come out of the smoke, and she does and appears in a cloud of smoke in the hallway here between Willow and Harmony. And she's got this crazy look in her eye, and she lifts up as she's cackling. She lifts up this flail, and the flail is in the shape of a skull, and it kind of makes this, it pulses with this sort of dark, shadowy energy, like it's almost smoking from the inside, from the eyes of the skull, and it just kind of, whoa, and she just, "You cannot hide." Her head almost spins all the way around her head, and she just lets out this banshee screech. As she swings around the mace, she's going to hit you, each of you once, or try to. Willow first.
Should have taken the eggs.
The eggs would have been better.
Bad eggs.
I mean, we don't know that. Maybe there's 3 of them over in the egg hole.
That is a 9 to hit against Willow. The skull flail with spikes sort of just crashes into the wall, and she just spins her head around in the other direction, lets out a really big grin, and then turns toward Key. Mouth opens a little bit wider than usual, and as she screams, sort of like black smoke comes out of her mouth, and she swings once again at Key for an 11 to hit.
Misses.
All right, and you're able to kind of just sidestep as the flail crashes into the ground. Woof. Bad rolls.
Woof.
20 plus the
Wait, is this the cadaver or the thin lady who was originally there?
thin lady.
Okay. I was like, wait a second.
Cadaver suddenly got up and was like,
And honestly, that wouldn't surprise me.
yeah, that did happen last time.
I
in
was
the other
gonna
corridor.
say, it literally happened like 20 minutes ago in game.
It did.
Harmony, you're up.
Woo woo. Okay. I cannot reach this woman.
She's frail, so she swings a little bit slower.
Would I be able to still? Okay. I don't think that'd work because she'd end up in the space where Key is. Sorry. Her changing positions ruined my plans. You've ruined my plans, Skelly woman. Harmony is going to take her now solidified sword, no longer a liquid whip.
Okay.
But is gonna take it and just kind of stab it into the wall beside her, and it creates this kind of almost chime, this ringing sound as she casts Mind Sliver, and it is just
okay.
the vibrations of the crystal in the sword almost expand before going straight for the skull of this creature.
Oh, really cool. Okay, is it an attack roll or a saving throw?
I need an intelligence saving throw.
Ooh, shit. Okay. Intelligence save 17.
Oh.
Damn it!
As she just kind of opens her mouth and kind of sucks it all in, like, oof. It sucks in the magic into that sort of shadowy sort of. You can see insects start to fly out of her mouth too.
Oh God.
The amount of hatred that I have in my body for you right now is growing exponentially. And
Do you say that out loud?
yes. And with that, Harmony, yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, and it's not half damage.
No,
Okay.
it's take 1d6 and subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes before the end of my next turn.
Gotcha. Well, that brings us to the skeletal rats, who fortunately were hit with a ball of lightning and who are still popping like popcorn. I need to make sure that y'all can see that. Apparently that still didn't go through when I changed the toggles. Let's do that now. Alright, that's not going to matter much. Swarm, less than half HP. That's a 15 to hit against Mabel.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 piercing damage as they swarm around your ankles. Go ahead, Mabel. Sorry.
No, that's Mabel's armor class is low. She's 14.
Okay. Yeah, so they start swarming and the skeletal teeth are like just digging into your ankles and you're like literally ankle biters, right? So,
Yeah.
All right, Key, you're up.
How much damage was that?
2 piercing. It has less than half of its HP. So the swarming and popping like popcorn from the ball of lightning, there's less than half of the original swarm. There's like skeletal rats everywhere. Like every square around you within 5 feet is just, or every area around you within 5 feet is just covered in like rat skeletons that are not
Like,
moving.
I got this, you guys. You take care of her. I got the rats.
Rats in the prison. All right, Key, go ahead.
You're muted.
Oh, he's gonna misty step away from this.
Okay. All right, you can do the same thing.
Respectful.
Purple and black shadow flame. You can do it too.
Gonna end up in this room now. Just over
Perfect.
Here now.
All right. So yeah, Mabel, as you're kind of fighting off the rats, kind of kicking the skeletal rats away, you're like shoot, shoot, shoot. You just see Key kind of appear in sort of a shadow flame cloud just into the room.
Welcome.
Yeah. That's it. He just moves.
Okay. All right. Amina,
Stay over there. I got this.
you're up.
Now,
Oh,
If-
real quick, I want to go back to Key real quick. Key, you can Eldritch Blast if you want against the skeletal rats. I forgot about that because Misty Step is a bonus action.
Oh, then I will also Eldritch Blast against the rats.
You
then.
got it. Okay, show me an Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
17.
Blast. Yep, that hits. Roll damage. Le D10.
So I rolled a 9, but I'm also antagonizing and
Yeah.
it's 13.
As you launch this Eldritch Blast, this shadowy black and purple shadow flame into the skeletal swarm, you see Mabel, you see that come out of their palm, and as it hits the skeletal swarm, the swarm just explodes, and this giant burst of purple shadow flame. You kind of have to put your hands over your eyes as the skeletons shatter. Just it only had 9 HP left, and that was magical damage, not bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, so it just explodes. And you're just pelted by rat bones, both of you.
Thanks, hon.
No problem.
Amina, you do have a clear line of sight to this woman, this really creepy woman.
yep, great. So if you recall, I didn't want to leave Khadija home alone, so she's hanging out in my hair.
Yeah,
And
nice.
she likes to bring me presents. Some of those presents are matches. And a trick I learned from my ranger brother was to leave crossbow bolts sitting in oil. Can I light one of these bolts up and shoot her with it, please?
Sure.
So it would be fire damage and piercing damage with a crossbow bolt if I hit her.
Yeah, we'll call it if it's regular fire damage, we'll call it a D4 fire damage if it hits. And we'll say free object interact.
It wouldn't be magical. It's just me lighting a match and lighting the crossbow bolt. As you see, like a tiny McCann just come out of my giant hair and hand me a match.
Set them on fire.
Amazing. Yeah, you see Khadija just put a little, like those of you, Harmony or might see it.
Burn them!
You just kind of pick a match and string up the crossbow bolt. Go ahead and make an attack.
I did. I crit.
I want a pet that encourages my answer.
Okay.
Khadija is ratatouilleing Amina up there.
Okay, so big bad damage roll. So go ahead and roll damage, and the first roll will be max damage.
So then I rolled.
Okay, so 7 plus 3, that will be 13. So that was a 7 on the dice. That will go up to 10. So that'd be 13 total.
13, and
And
then
another-
I roll again.
Yep, another D8.
Or... Nice.
So that is also a 7 on the dice. That would be another 7. Because it's just a roll of the die. And then go ahead and roll 2d4 for me for fire damage as you kind of... And right into her shoulders, just kind of... And let's out this sort of inhaled screech. Okay.
For another 3.
2d4, another 3. I don't think that rolled right. Oh no, 1 plus 2. There we go. 1 plus 2. I did.
Yes.
All right, another 3 fire, and sort of it doesn't ignite her whole body, but there's like this burst of flame on her shoulder, and she's kind of trying to put it out. Okay, good hit, good turn. God's damn, natural 20. Nice natural 20. Anything else for Amina?
Nope. She's just gonna reload.
Okay. You're like, this bitch gonna cranking it back up. Yeah, this I remember doing this the first time and I was like, oh, it's this lady. Okay. Mabel.
Mabel turns around and starts running back down the hallway as she's like trying to get all the rat dust off.
Okay.
And
Yes.
she's going to run back, and this cadaver hasn't moved, right? It's still just sitting over there.
Correct. The cadaver has not moved.
Okay. I'm gonna run. Yeah, I can get all the way up to this lady.
Okay.
I'm gonna run up to her and I'm gonna hug her.
Okay.
You look like you need a hug. Oh, come here. And I throw my arms around her. And I cast Word of Radiance.
Okay. As you kind of unleash the magic, she's just, no one has ever hugged me. All right.
My mother used to hug me.
Hug.
It's
So,
been 84 years.
So what is Word of Radiance?
It has to be within 5 feet of me, so I hugged her. She must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or just take 1d6 radiant damage. It's not a lot of damage, but that's
Okay.
what I
Is
got.
that going to hit Harmony too? Because isn't it everything within 5 feet
No,
of you?
it's each creature of my choice.
Okay, cool.
So
Cool.
Okay.
it's just gonna hit.
Well, she rolled a 20, unfortunately.
Damn. Well, she gets a hug anyway.
A nice warm hug, as you can see, like a little flash of
warm
magic,
hug.
just woo, and just she looks at you and she says, "My heart is long dead,
Aww.
I try to crush her.
like you are soon to be."
No, just keep hugging.
Joke's on you! I've been dead inside for decades!
Well, that is a. Well, unfortunately, a grapple is an action, and I believe
No,
that.
I know.
Okay,
Just Blair. Just really tight hug.
fair enough. Well, you give her a tight hug, and she says that about like you'll soon to be, and she's able to kind of just push herself off of you for the time being. For the time being, because you might grapple her again next turn.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's it for Mabel.
Yep, that's it.
Sorry, I
Just
didn't mean to
trying to-
like take away the flavor. I just wanted to make sure.
No,
that-
no. I knew that's how it was gonna go.
Okay, cool.
I knew what I was
Um,
doing.
Willow, you're up.
All right. Willow charges up the hand and goes for a shocking grasp.
Madbird streams rating with 10. Thank you. thank you for the raid. Yeah, shout out to our friends at
Woo!
Madbird Streams.
Does a 16 hit?
16. Ooh, what are you attacking with again?
Shocking Grasp.
Shocking Grasp. Okay, shout out. Yeah, go check out Medbird Streams. So 16, let me check her AC. You kind of put your hand on her shoulder and just kind of the energy of the lightning starts to come out of your gauntlet, and she just kind of, her head cracks again, and she just kind of she looks over at you, and as she starts to kind of with the lightning, she says, "You're gonna have to do better than that." And she just lets out another banshee screech. Her eyes go black, and that mouth opens a little bit wider than usual, and sort of smoke starts to come out of her mouth pretty rapidly and just surrounds her body. Shield.
Of course.
Mm,
All right. No, that's
Super.
good. That's a good.
Scar.
I don't like her.
I don't like her.
I will also then move.
Get up to a 17. Okay. Yep, because that was her reaction. You're right. You can absolutely move. And she just kind of, flee for your lives, because I've always wanted to quote Lord Denethor in D&D.
Right. Yeah, she just runs there. Yeah, my
Okay.
intention with that was to take her reaction
Yeah.
with Shocking Grasp, but if she uses her reaction for shield, then I'm good either way. So we're
Perfect.
good.
All right.
Yeah, Willow runs into the larger room just to not be backed into a corner.
Awesome.
And that is my turn.
Awesome. And again, welcome to all of our friends from Madbird Streams. We are in our own version of the Dungeon of the Dead 3, heavily modified for use in our homebrew setting. Modified. All right. Kendrick is going to
Yeah, I forgot
take the spear, right, and just kind of chuck it down the hallway. Kind of going over y'all, and he's like, "Sorry, I didn't want to hit anybody," and then just kind of runs back over here out of sight to take some cover. Actually, he's gonna go try and get another weapon.
Good effort.
Oh.
All right. So, Henrik, she is going to kind of look at all of y'all and kind of put both hands together, and you see these sort of skeletal shadows start to come out from her back and coalesce into her hand, into this screaming black smoky skull that is wailing, and you can see these sort of Icarus sort of shadowy tears drip from the skull, and it sort of takes on the appearance of this sort of purple and black sort of smoke as she launches this magical beam of this wailing skull directly down the hallway, and it has like rings of purple around it, and it goes right through all of y'all. She's going to cast a Ray of Sickness.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh.
And I need everyone in the hallway.
Y'all better be succeeding on that Constitution save.
Oh no, it's just one target. I'm sorry. I thought it was all the way down the hallway. That's unfortunate. That would be cool if it was everyone. So that would be Harmony right in front. So that is, and technically that is one of her actions.
I'm between Harmony and this lady.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's Mabel. That's what I meant.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did I say Harmony? I'm so sorry. I meant Mabel.
No, that's okay.
I'm sorry, Harmony. Yeah, Mabel. Mabel, go ahead and make a con save.
Mabel puts herself in these positions specifically so she can
Oh.
be the target.
And she's going to cast it at second level. So she's going to roll another d8.
Wait, what am I?
Oh no.
Constitution?
Uh-oh.
DC 13 con save, please, and thank you. Oh wait, nope. I'm sorry. First level. First level. We'll keep it at first level. She's gonna do some shit.
14? What was the thing?
It is the DC 13 con save.
Okay, I rolled a 14.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
Okay. So you are not poisoned, but you do take. Was a 13? Does the 13 hit?
No.
Wow. Okay, you're able to just kind of like a Ray of Sickness, and you just kind of shrug it off. Both effects, and you're like kind of you just laugh it off or whatever, and she does too strong, and she kind of
Power
disappears
of
in another
love.
cloud of smoke and is going to come into the room next to Kia. And does
I hate her.
Oh, she keeps
Wait,
moving.
do I get an opportunity?
No, she's
okay, what-
using Misty Step as those sort of shadowy the shadowy skulls kind of wreath around her, and she just disappears, like the woman on America's Got Talent when she does the and appears
Oh my
into
God.
this room. That would bring it back to Harmony. Harmony.
Ooh. I
love
shouted
it.
so loud. I
Yeah.
feel so sorry for my sleeping family members.
Drew the Damager. Hello.
Um,
That's
Harmony
fine.
is like, she keeps moving. I keep missing. This is annoying.
Yeah.
And she kind of like grits her teeth, and you can kind of see a little bit of her fangs start to appear, and her whole body kind of just tenses and hunches as her eyes begin to glow, and kind of bleed a little as they get bloodshot, and as she casts Hex on this woman
Okay.
as a bonus action.
Now, regular hex is not a save. It just kind of wraps itself around them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does that hex look like? I don't think you've used that before.
No.
Okay.
So as she hexes, it's almost like this seared branding, like an electrical burn that goes across the entirety of this woman's body.
Okay.
And as she does that, Harmony is going to like anime style bounce off heckin' wall run.
Ooh. Okay. Cool.
And get like leap over there and make a booming blade strike with her
Nice.
sword.
Nice.
Her head kind of cracks and tilts all the way to the side this time, as she lets out another shriek, as again those smoky insects come out of her mouth as you approach. So go ahead, and is Booming Blade a save or a spell attack?
It is a melee attack with my weapon, and then if she moves, she takes damage.
Okay.
So that is a dirty 20 to hit.
Ooh, yeah. Shield's not gonna help her with that one. So you just kind of anime style wall run into the room, and sort of your sword starts to resonate with power, and you bring the sword down. Go ahead and roll damage on Booming Blade. And then there was another effect too, you said, I think?
Sorry, let me see.
And also hex damage, I believe.
Yeah, so I get to do the normal weapon damage, and then if the target moves, they take 1d8 thunder damage. Also, I wanted to double check something. Ages ago, Harmony got the Blessing of Thorum on her sword permanently. So am I still allowed to add the
You are absolutely still allowed to do that. Yep.
Cool.
The tarot card is sacred.
Let me get all these dice.
Yeah, honestly, it's just here for show because I'm using my Blue Yeti, but this is a monster headset, and I really like it because I always roll over my cables, and monster cables are really good for that. So, Harmony, please show me massive damage and the sort of Thorum Smite.
So that's 17 points of damage from the hit.
Okay.
Yeah. Heckin'.
Is that total? Is that with everything, including
That's
the
with
Blessing of
everything
Thorum?
together.
Okay.
Yes, the Blessing of Thorum 1d4, then 1d8, then 1d6. So 17, and then that's with my modifier. And then if she gets moving with the Groovin, she's gonna take thunder damage.
Okay.
Stop moving.
All right. So as you go to strike, you can see this sort of image of sort of a secondary individual behind Harmony. As Harmony kind of jumps in slow motion, the blade sort of undulating with untapped raw magical power. And as she kind of leaps forward, you can see almost like the spectral image, just for a brief moment behind her, of this sort of secondary individual, sort of this spectral individual of like sort of almost made of like this smoky outline with sort of a winged helmet and a large sort of hammer that seems to crackle with energy. And as she strikes this woman, you hear this sort of sound of like, again, like a bell tolling from Harmony, and the sound of a thunder crack at the same time as it's like and this woman gets slammed into the wall, and then kind of stumbles forward, drops down to one knee, and just and then coughs up blood onto the stone floor. Anything else for Harmony?
Growls at her and ends her turn.
All right, Key, you're up.
Okay. I can I use Eldritch Blast at melee range? Is that
You can, but it would be at
Okay.
disadvantage.
okay? Can I disengage?
You can.
Then I will disengage and put harmony between myself and
Okay.
and what else can I do with my turn?
Disengage is an action. If you have anything that's a bonus action,
Yeah.
you can do that.
No, that's gonna be it for me.
Okay. All right. Miss Amina, you're up.
Okay. I am going to move where I can see this woman.
Okay.
And now that I'm seeing that she's pretty bad, I'm just gonna hit her with another crossbow bolt.
Okay. Show me a crossbow bolt attack.
Oh, hard miss.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh no, my baby.
Roll again for me.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh.
It
Aw.
just misses, goes to the left, and sort of the there are parts of Harmony's armor that have sort of like light metallic plating, and like sort of one just kind of bounces off of like the armor leg plating on the top, on sort of the top of her boot, and you just feel this sort of hard thump bounce off of your armor, Harmony, as it thump, and you see Amina with a crossbow like, oh.
I came firing around the corner. That was a bad idea. It looked really cool in my head.
It's so funny.
Anything...
Kind of like the two Spider-Mans like pointing at each other like,
yeah. Hey, what? Anything else for Amina?
I'm just gonna go back around this corner here.
Okay, all right. Mabel.
I can, because I want to keep line of sight of Mabel in case something weird goes down.
You got it.
No,
All right. Mabel, please. You're up, followed by Willow.
Let's see. 5, 10, 15. Yeah, I can get right up to her. Hello, my friend.
oh my god. Right on top of that.
Okay.
You need another hug?
Is this a grapple this time, or is this another word of radiance?
Oh no. No, this is neither of those things.
Oh, okay.
She comes in like she's gonna give her a hug
Mhm.
and then downswing with the frying pan directly on top of her head.
You got it. Show me frying pan attack.
Frying pan attack.
Show me the frying pan.
This is so hard to read.
Yes, Drew. We have our barbarian uses a
4.
frying pan. What is it?
4 to hit.
4. She just kind of like holds up her hand, and you can see this sort of shadowy black smoke kind of surrounding her hand, and there's like a skull that forms in the smoke, and just kind of its open sort of mouth just kind of wraps around the frying pan, and it's like, and she just kind of tilts her head almost inversely, and then kind of cracks it back up.
I said 24.
Oh, 24.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said 4.
No, I got excited. It probably cut me off. I said 24.
Okay, so she kind of pulls back and just kind of and then you take it and swing down again for 24, which does hit. Roll damage.
10.
10 damage.
10 damage with my frying pan.
How would you like to kill this old woman?
Yes.
How do you want to do this?
Why won't you love me? And I just bring it down on her head. It's like, hold still.
Okay. Mabel, being a very large bugbear, having a cast iron frying pan, literally brings and crushes the skull of this old woman, and a little bit of blood splatters against the back wall as her lifeless husk of a corpse falls to the ground, unconscious, and you can see the magic just kind of fade out of the room.
This is what happens when you deny my hugs. I then turn and look slowly at everybody else.
So Mina's gonna come around the corner, just sort of peek around, like, did we win? Are we done?
I think you forgot something, and Harmony gestures down to the arrow by her foot. Think you misplaced it, Amina.
Very, very she just sort of like comes over and grabs it. I'm sorry. I fired too quickly when I came around the corner. I was aiming for her and it just bounced off. I'm sorry.
Coming around the corner with the gun blazing.
Yeah, right?
At least this one wasn't on fire.
You know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Let me just see if there's anything interesting here in this room.
Harmony like taps her scales and they're like rock solid. She's like, not much can hurt me. Don't worry.
What the hell was that?
No.
Does anyone know what that is?
The corpse?
No.
I don't know.
So
Harmony
Harmony
will kneel.
Yeah.
Heartbeat?
Oh, sorry, what did you say?
That's okay. So I see your tarot card, and I pulled it, and it's the Paladin card,
Whoa.
which is going to be a benefit to everyone. So go ahead, Harmony, and I'd like for everyone else to roll a d20 in the meantime. Harmony, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say Harmony's gonna kneel down and inspect the body with Willow.
Okay. All right. As you kind of kneel down and inspect the body, doing a once-over, everybody else rolling a d20, put your results in the chat, including Harmony. You can roll a d20, please, for the tarot card of the Paladin. And as you're just kind of inspecting the body and doing a once-over, you can see there is, again, a corpse on a table. Skeletal rat. Doing a once-over, she has her very ornate-looking flail. And kind of patting down the body, you can see that she does have a spell book that has sort of a black leather cover and has a tiny skull-shaped locking mechanism. Anything else would require a further check, so go ahead and make an investigation check if you would like, Harmony.
Well, Willow, did you want a helm?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask,
investigation?
do we both want to roll, or?
No, you can helm it. Go on,
Okay.
girl. Yeah.
Barrel.
Harmony's definitely interested in that book, and
That's
maybe
a total of... Sorry, that's a total of 19.
Wow, 19. You're kind of like feeling around and looking, and you sort of get to her, the sort of like matted hair. It's like sort of old gray and all knotted together. Kind of reaching back there, and you're able to kind of pull out from a hair clip a very simple looking small key that seems like it would fit into the lock of the tome of this very nasty looking spellbook, very spooky spellbook.
Yeah, Willow sees Harmony looking over that, and here, this looks like it might go for that. Might be useful. Is that the only thing I find on her?
That, and obviously the flail. She has no coin. She has no other. She does have another one of those onyx skull necklaces. And she also has sort of on her wrist, on both of her wrists, she has the tattoos of the 3 stars.
Okay. She has the usual cult stuff. Do we think maybe this is the
Unholy Trinity cult?
Who showed back up?
right? Do we think maybe she's one of the ladies, like one of the people they're worshiping, or?
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I can't say I have any clue as to who she might be, but and Harmony will hold up the tome and like look it over. Was she using this in combat, or is this something that she just had on her person?
She had that on her person. It was sort of like hanging from the side of her body.
Right.
If you'd like, when we're done down here, I can spend a few minutes and make sure there's nothing particularly nasty there or anything.
Of course, we can research and look into this together.
That'd be nice. All right.
Yes.
I lost my train of thought.
You know, it's strange. I was told that Lady Bedav was being taken by the cult of the Black Sun. But so far, we've only really come across members of the cult of the Unholy Trinity, and apparently, according to Frederick Stein, whatever his name is, she's a prisoner here, apparently, to acolytes, or however they wish to call themselves, of the Unholy Trinity. Why
Yeah,
would she be in their possession?
I'm not really sure what's going on. Although, if she was a part of the other cult, maybe they took her as like as part of the feud between them or something.
But then why... Why send us down here? Specifically... Oh, sorry, go on.
Maybe we weren't supposed to win any of these fights. Maybe we were supposed to be some sort of sacrifice, the way Haskell's looked to be.
I cannot wait for y'all to figure out what's actually going on down here.
DM's just like,
Yes, exactly. It's my favorite expression that I learned from Renee.
All right, so I
would
suppose...
like to
go on.
investigate this body, the corpse,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will assist you in that if you'd like an advantage, because Amina doesn't want to touch the body.
Also, Key, from your tarot card earlier from the Paladin and your highest roll, that is going to give you roll a d4 for me. Roll a d6 for me, actually.
D6.
Mm-hmm.
1.
Okay.
And that investigation was 17.
Interesting. You see, in the back alcove here, Key, it catches your eye. There seems to be sort of a little shrine that has been set up, sort of a wooden table, a very plain wooden small table with a sort of circular top, and on top of it seems to be a statuette, maybe about like a 12-inch, a 10-inch statuette or so, of a woman, and it's sort of like a steel-colored statuette. A woman in flowing robes with a mask on her face. And the mask has sort of 2 points to the left, to the right, and to the top. And she is wielding an enormous scythe. You can see, so the mask just sort of covers from above the mouth. You can see the mouth, but from the mouth up, the mask covers the face, and it has these sort of stylized wings, sort of 3 on each side, 2 out and then 2 put up to the side. And she wields this scythe that is very large, and the robes seem to flow, and she seems to kind of float through the air on this statue. And you see that behind the body. The body is sort of placed upon a secondary table in front of this altar. There doesn't seem to be anything immediately special about the body. Are you looking for anything specific on the body? Like, sort of...
Just signs on, like, who this poor person is.
Okay. Roll a d12 for me.
Do we recognize, or does Mabel recognize
So
this?
2.
Does Mabel recognize the statue?
Yeah, the statue.
No.
Okay.
You know that every society has a concept of death, but this is the first time you've seen it sort of as a deity. Sometimes it's been expressed as Ariok, the betrayer. Sometimes is most often associated with death, but this is far from Ariok. This is something different. And the D12. What'd you get on the D12?
Oh, 2.
Okay. You do find a signet ring, very similar. It's copper, like the other one that you had found of sort of a low-level worker of sort of House Chulindo. This also appears to be someone who has a signet ring that is affiliated with the Postmaster's Guild, which is owned and operated by House Yorick. House Yorick. Y-O-R-I-K. Does not seem to be anyone of particularly high stature. Just someone who, again, with the not sort of a private delivery man like Kendrick, but sort of this is someone who likely works for the postmaster, delivering letters.
He would like to look at the statue a little closer, I guess, since it caught.
Okay, all right. You approach. It's sort of in this back corner here, and it kind of whispers to you as you get closer.
What's it saying?
You can't quite make it out. It seems to be not like any language you've ever heard, just sort of nonsensical whispers that you don't fully understand, but it causes your heart to skip a beat.
He is trying to figure out and just reaches out and just touches it.
Okay.
Against better judgment, grabs it.
Just touching it, nothing happens.
He grabs it and looks at it closer.
Okay. Grab it and inspect it. You can see that the scythe has runes sort of very carefully carved into the scythe itself. Just a fine detail. This is a very finely detailed statuette of this feminine figure that wields a scythe with sort of flowing robes and this mask. I love like really specific stuff in D&D that has like very specific interactions that that people aren't always going to get.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just looking at the statue.
Yeah, no, you have this. It's a very finely crafted statue. Just examining it.
Puts the statue back.
Okay. All right, but place the statue back. Okay, where it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Mabel is just sitting on the ground, and she has taken some little bottles out. She's got a little bottle of oil and some really nice handkerchiefs of nice quality, and she has started slowly doing the process of wiping the blood off of her cast iron thing and putting some oil on it. It's a whole process.
Right. Well, when we said it was seasoned by blood, now we have official confirmation, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay. And Willow, you are casting Detect Magic on, or Identify.
When we're up top, I'll
Oh, okay,
identify
okay.
the book.
Gotcha.
It's
Well, you
a
have
future
the
thing.
locked tome and the key.
Yeah, they're both in Harmony's possession.
Perfect. Okay. All right. What would everyone else like? Oh, and by the way, Key, the body just sitting on the table, no other identifying or outstanding features about the body. It seems to be well kept, just a cadaver.
Okay. Key does share that information, like the ring.
Okay, and then also
Yorick?
House Yorick, which is the Postmaster's Guild. And also,
I've been keeping. Sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, and also you could see Key that they went over and kind of looked at the shrine and the statue and everything. But go ahead, Mabel.
I'm also just while I'm sitting there cleaning my cast iron baby, I've been keeping an eye on Kendrick as well, just to make sure he hasn't wandered off or.
Yeah, no, he's just standing around. He's leaning against one of the poles now, kind of holding his side where the wounds still are. And he picked up the spear again, just kind of holding onto it, using it like a walking stick.
Cool. I begrudgingly like nod to him.
Okay.
And then like reach over and hand him and I pull out of my pocket some little twigs that have bits of leaves on them.
Okay.
And I say, here, chew on this. It's got just it's medicinal. It'll help with your aches and pains. Just chew on it.
Kind of smiles and just kind of starts chewing on it, and he accepts it gradually. And he's like, "He's not poison, is it?"
Oh no, I take a piece off and stick it in my mouth and start chewing on it.
Okay. He kind of looks at it,
Yeah.
a little skeptical at first,
You
but
don't have to eat it. Just chew on it and get the. It's fine. Don't swallow it. Just.
he kind of just starts chewing on it, and good to know. And he says, "I don't know why I didn't lead with this at first, but you all have done me a great service here today. When we get back to the surface, y'all wouldn't be heading to the City of Lights anytime soon, would you?"
I immediately like look over at Amina. I'm like, yeah, we were. I mean, at some point we are hoping to go there. Yes.
Well, as soon as I confirm that the mission was successful, the delivery mission, when we get back to the City of Lights, I'll get you an audience with the matron of our house. And she'll repay you for what you've done here today, I can assure you that. She's a difficult woman to get a hold of, but for those who do well by her people, she does well by them.
Thank you. I know we would all appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course, I will make sure that you are very well rewarded for what you have done here today.
Good effort with the spear.
Delivery man.
You tried.
A very successful delivery man most of the time.
Here, have this too. And I pull out a cookie. It's like one of those big, nice, thick oatmeal cookies.
Couldn't hack and deliver that spear to the enemy.
No, you're just...
Joking.
No, you're just
Joking.
spoiling me.
No, here's for everybody. Here, twigs and cookies. Mabel's a little frazzled right now.
Yeah.
Twigs and cookies.
Twigs
And
and
he just...
cookies.
Delightful.
All right, we should probably head back the other way.
All right. I mean, this corridor keeps going, so.
Deeper
It
into the
does.
dungeon.
You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't look at the map closely enough.
That's absolutely fine.
I think.
Kind of looks like it wraps around too. So.
Yeah.
I was hoping
Do y'all
for a
want to
better
take point
cliff.
or?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Yeah.
That was it.
Do y'all want to take point, or should Harmony continue taking point?
I'm happy with Harmony taking point.
Okay.
Harmony is very sculpted.
Wow.
Mhm. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I think I do have a cliffhanger right around the corner. So down the hallway, Harmony, I will say that you have two doors, one to the south and one to sort of just around the bend. Two doors here.
So one directly south from where she's standing?
Yep, so one right in front of her, and then another one a little bit sort of further down the hallway. So two paths to take.
Oh boy. Well, Harmony's gonna press her ear up against this door to see if she hears anything.
Okay, perception check.
That's a 5.
Don't hear a thing.
It's fine.
Nothing in this room. Absolutely
it-
sure of it.
Does it seem to be locked or trapped? Willow will take a minute to investigate for any like
Okay, investigation check.
mechanisms or whatever.
You got it.
16.
Does not appear to be trapped and or locked.
Oh, okay. Can I just open the door and peek in?
Absolutely. You kind of just, and as you do, there's a wall sconce here in this hallway, sort of flickering light in to the room. And as you kind of gaze in, you can see two rats, two very large rats on the ground, just kind of, and they kind of squeak and run into the walls.
Aww. Little rat lads.
Yeah, rat friends.
The way this afternoon is going, I suspect that'll be a problem for us later, but
An ordinary
it looks like
rat.
there's more hallway down this way. Yeah, it always starts with an ordinary rat.
one-
or an ordinary corpse,
You can-
or...
You can see one of the larger rats kind of just like a little bit kind of in the wall and is kind of looking at you, just kind of sniffing, like very rapidly sniffing, like.
Oh,
He's a baby.
he's a little baby.
I don't
should
trust
take-
anything that has a token.
Take all the rats.
Well said.
No.
No, it's
Make
it's
them
just
our pets.
an adorable rat that's just like sniffing. It's kind of.
No, I'm sure it is. And this is not... None of this is in character.
Yeah.
I'm just
I don't trust
saying.
anything with a token. That's hilarious.
We are in a dungeon.
Yes.
Nope.
Nothing in a
absolutely not.
dungeon means to make friends. Do we wanna see what the door at the end is, or do we wanna keep going this way?
Kind of curious to know what the door at the end of the corridor is.
All right. Well, I mean, let's check it out. We can always come back.
Of course.
If we survive.
We keep
I-
opening doors and then having to fight things.
I feel like that's just life.
Yeah.
That's so for
Open
door
a few doors, break a few
Who's
faces.
Hey, no, whose life? Not mine. This
If
is the most people I've had to fight in forever, and I've been alive for a while.
Pretty sure if I die down here, my
Yeah.
mom is gonna kill Darius personally. So
Right.
we
I'll
should
love to see your
probably
mama.
survive.
I'll help your mama if I'm not dead.
Oh God, you guys have to take my body back. Ah, that'd be so
Oh
bad.
no,
Okay.
that'd be so
Sorry.
sad.
The other door I will say does not appear to be trapped and or locked either.
Okay, we'll open the door.
Okay.
Open the door.
You open the door to
That's Dexter's
find
lab accent.
another hallway.
Fucking
Always.
Damn you
Harmony's
What does this one
I can
smell
poke her
like?
head out and
Not
Yeah, what does
sulfur.
this hallway smell like?
Not sulfur and
Oh,
rotten
okay,
eggs.
cool. Cool. Tight.
Noise.
Harmony, does Harmony see that altar down
You
ahead?
do.
Or
Yep.
is that a bench? Okay, cool.
There is the light
like-
in this room is extremely dim. You can barely see anything. You have to strain real hard, but you can see in the gloom this altar. There's otherwise no light source in this room.
She'll begin just moving very slowly then, because
Okay.
every time we've seen an altar, it's just been bad news.
Bad news
can't-
bears. Bad news bugbears.
Okay.
There are so many altars. This is so inefficient. You'd think they'd have just like one ritual chamber or something.
Well, isn't this the event center for
Oh, and
for all cults?
I'm sorry.
The
The
Bastion's Hold Cult
Convention.
Convention Center welcomes you to Cultapalooza.
the main altar in the room where you fought the two other cultists, the ones that were torturing Kendrick.
Yeah.
Paul H.
I apologize. There was an engraving on the altar that had the engraving of a skull with a crown. Right, so it was sort of engraved into the stone, a stone engraving. Right. So here, as you sort of enter this room and your eyes adjust, this dry, partially collapsed room contains a stone altar with humanoid skulls and bones piled up around the altar itself. The top of the altar is covered with dozens of half-melted candles made of black wax, all clearly unlit. There is otherwise no light in the room.
Does it look like? Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Garnet, every time I move you, I just imagine it's Mabel slowly taking your hand and pulling you forward.
Guiding.
That's about right. Amina's pretty much done with this dungeon. It smells weird. It's dark. Everything is unpretty. Like so, she doesn't want to be here anymore.
Come, baby, I shall take care of you.
Is any of the wax hot, or is it all like dried and old and crusty?
It's dried. It seems like the candles have not been lit in some time.
And is it still the symbol of the skull with a crown, or is there no symbol?
It's really hard to make out in the gloom.
Can anyone light up this place?
I can light a torch, and I will pull out a torch.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Khadija just sticks a pot with another match. Like this is all we got.
Tiny little torch.
You kind of light a torch, and you can see against the back wall here, there seems to be some kind of pattern, a very large pattern in sort of glossy sort of paint, dark red and black paint that is sort of been painted along the back wall, sort of the northern part of this chamber.
You said there are altars in this room?
Yep, you're actually standing on it. So you
Oh,
would have to.
I was like, where are you looking?
There you go.
There
Yeah.
it is.
So the paint is like here?
It's against the far side of the wall. Yep, against the far side of the wall there.
Is it a specific pattern, or is it just like decoration?
It's really hard to make out. It's very glossy and kind of matches the walls in here.
Glossy, like it's still wet.
That's the appearance, yes. And there are sort of bones and skulls heaped on top of the altar, and also more complete bones over here against the wall.
Don't worry, it's fine. There are no tokens.
That we know of.
Fine.
Yeah,
it's
GM's got her own layer. There could be dozens.
How many will place a hand on the glossy wall to see if it is wet?
Okay. It feels surprisingly dry.
Cool. Good. Nice.
Well, look at your hand.
My hand.
There is no hand.
It's gone.
What a ton of events.
I love this room. This is like one of my favorite rooms in the whole dungeon. I love this room so much.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, that again put me on edge.
I don't like that. Is there anything changed about her hand?
Nope.
Is it a tentacle now?
Nope.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, Thorum beat the shit out of that deity that was trying to hijack. But you can still, that's still an option for later stuff.
Yeah, I'm definitely debating it.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
seemed pretty cool.
Yeah.
What happened to Kendrick? Is he still with us?
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
see him.
He's back there. Sorry.
Okay.
We left him.
Yeah, he just kind of says, like, he's like, I don't like this. I don't like anything about this place.
Mabel now feels a little bit of not respect, but begrudging, like, all right, I'll take care of this guy now.
Yeah.
Make sure he wasn't left behind.
There is no hand, only Zool.
I think you said it, but my brain forgot to store it. Is the dark red paint in some sort of pattern or language?
Yes, it seems to be in a pattern, but it's very hard to make out. So this very hard to make out pattern written on the walls in sort of glossy paint. The walls appear to be wet. There's like skeletons sort of crushed and scattered against the far wall, and there are about a dozen unlit black candles on the altar. Wax covering the altar, and a bunch of skulls that are sort of in bones that are heaped up around the altar itself.
Do the candles look like they were all burned like to the same level? Do some look more burned than others?
Some more burned than others. They're at various stages of being lit and snuffed out.
Do not light black candles.
It's only a problem if any of us are virgins.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Feminist Frequency Radio did a retrospective on that movie, and it was like, what is the deal with like the 90s and like virgins and everything? It's so.
It is
and
very
like
weird.
yeah, and also in history, like what is the deal with like virgins lighting candles and stuff? Anyway, it was a good episode. Carry on.
Mabel doesn't have that problem. She's got 3 kids.
Yeah.
Well, I say we keep moving.
DM's put me on edge. DM's put me on edge. DM's like, this is my favorite room, and we're like,
okay, well,
what is it?
Can I investigate the wall to see if there's anything, hidden doors or any other sort of thing that is more than it appears?
Investigation check and Arcana check.
Can I bring the fire closer to the wall to see if?
Yes, there is no effect.
Anything? Okay.
All right, so that was a natural 20 on the investigation check for a total of 26, and then an 11 on the Arcana.
Okay. There's something about this room for your Arcana, but the investigation check, you are confident that there is nothing hidden amongst this room. However, there is something about this room that you do not have the Arcana knowledge to decipher, but there's something about it that there must be something significant about this room with your 20 investigation, but exactly what it is, hard to decipher. It's likely has something to do with whatever is here, but again, with your 11 Arcana, as to exactly what that is, you're at the very least confident that it's more than just a room.
Can I look at the wall that's opposite the one with the red paint on it and see if there's anything that might, dispense said red paint?
There is not.
Okay.
Can Hominy sift through the bones
Yep.
to see if there's anything in the rubble pile?
There's a couple of old rusty, there's about 3 old rusty short swords, 3 broken down short bows, and some old scraps of armor, all rusted and damaged.
Can I investigate the altar?
Okay, yeah, make an investigation check on the altar specifically. Go ahead.
It's more along. I mean, it's Mabel, so it's more about feeling. Like she's just exploring the feeling. Like she's not looking at it with her eyes. She's mostly just like.
Insight then?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, all right. Let's see if you can glean any insights from the room. Go ahead and make an insight check.
Where is my?
Willow, as you get a little closer down to the bottom of the steps there and kind of peer around, you get that strong scent of sulfur that Mabel was talking about. It seems to be coming from the room that you're gazing into, not the room that you were in. Mabel, go ahead.
18.
18. Probably has something to do with the candles. They're black
Found the,
candles. Black candles or spell candles.
Found the
Yeah.
rotten egg smell again.
Can I
I'm
do an Arcana
good.
check on this this area, this altar, this walls that looks weird?
Yes, it's going to be a little bit higher because Willow was like, I don't think, but go ahead and give it a shot and see.
Okay. Where is my Arcana so I know what to add?
But Mabel, you're starting to put two and two together, and whether or not you want to push those buttons, it's up to y'all. But Mabel, you don't have to share that because only Mabel has that thought.
25.
Mabel's not gonna
25.
open
Amina, you're pretty confident that magic. You can see Mabel kind of staring at the candles. And you look at the wall. Black candles are spell candles. That probably has something to do with whatever's happening in this room.
Mabel is specifically glaring at the candles.
Yeah.
A light one.
Amina.
You light one of the black spell candles. It begins to glow with an eerie green glow. And the entire room is filled with pale green light. The writing on the wall is now brightly illuminated. Even with the contrast of the green, you can see the smeared letters in common very clearly on the far wall. In all capitalized letters, it says, "Rise and be counted."
Nope.
If we weren't in a super scary dungeon, that would actually be a very inspiring phrase. But I think
No.
they're talking about the dead.
sounds like a slogan for like the Census Bureau.
Rise and be counted.
Rise and be counted. Census 2024.
Mabel wants to lean over and blow that candle out.
Did any of you say that out loud in character?
No.
Say what out loud?
Rise and be
Rise
counted.
and be counted?
Yeah.
No.
Actually, I think Willow might have, just like to herself, just like, rise and be counted. Just
As soon as you say that, the skeletons
No.
on the ground start to reassemble. And you can see that the bones are moving with magical energy. The armor and the skull caps begin to sort of form on themselves. The skeletons begin to rise. They pick up their short swords and sling their bows, and you can see the skeletons assembling with this necromantic magic as this black, shadowy, black and green magic sort of swirls around these skeletons. The whole room starts to rumble and shake lightly just for a moment. And as the smoke dissipates, the skeletons rise, and in unison, swords standing upright, they take the swords in hand. They all uniformly turn towards Willow. And with the blades in their hand, they all take the blades and make a saluting motion against their chest in unison and wait Willow's command. And that's where we're going to end the session.
She has a skeleton
army.
Yeah, I love this room so much.
Has leaned over to blow the candle out, so I'm curious to see what happens if that happens.
Yeah,
They'll
no,
just fall.
you blow the candle out, but they're still standing there. And just
I
sword
live here now.
upright,
I'm gonna-
saluting Willow.
I'm gonna turn this into an artifice skeleton army. I live here now.
I love this room so. I love that they just salute in unison at whoever wakes them up. It's so cool. Cool. Good job, everybody. You did the thing.
You kept saying black candles or spell candles, and I was just like, she wants us to light the candle. I'm gonna light the candle.
See,
Maybe
my
we're not
thought
gonna say anything to anybody about those freaking candles.
my thought in the beginning, and this was why I asked if they looked like they were at different levels, I thought they might need to all be lit in a certain order. So I was trying to divine what that might be. I didn't know just lighting like one would do it. I
Mhm.
assumed it was a puzzle. And
It's
I
any
was
of
just
them.
like, yeah, I was trying to overthink it, like you do.
Yeah.
Nope. Just lighting a candle.
Mabel
So-
is giving you the darkest mom glare right now.
Willow does not notice.
It's
She's
disappointed.
distracted by the skeleton army that she
trying to
apparently
do that.
has.
You can
Amina's
all,
the one who lit the candle.
Oh yeah, no, I'm the one who's in trouble because I lit the candle.
by the way, you can all control the skeletons now. And you can see the stat sheets. They are under spirits and undead in your journal. And you have control of all 3 of these skeletons. And yes, you can name them.
No, can I count them? I mean, they did rise so that they could be counted.
Yeah, yes, you can. There's 3.
3. Okay.
One
so
risen
not really an
skeleton.
army, more like a bone guard.
Yeah.
Bone guards.
Well, let's go around. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go around the table and let everyone know where. Thank y'all for hanging out with us very late into the early morning. I know the sun is shining for those of us in the UK. So let's go in reverse order. And Garnet, what do you have going on, and what's on your radar? What are your projects?
I am drawing a blank. I am moving for a little bit. I am going to be in Los Angeles for
Okay.
any of our friends over on the West Coast. Going out there to do movie stuff for a little bit. And when I'm not doing that, I'm, hanging out on Twitter or hopefully in the sun. I hope it's warmer there than it is where I am because I'm very cold. But yeah, that's kind of what I've got going on right now.
Very cool. All right, thank you, Garnet. And let's go to Nikki.
That's me.
It
I'm here. I am Nikki the Coyote Witch on Twitter, where I live. My life has been filled with packing because I moved from Florida to St. Louis. So if anybody's in St. Louis, say hi. I'm on the other side of that move, so now everything's a little crazy. But I'm slowly getting back into streaming. Next Wednesday, I will be over on the Lost Caravan RPG stream playing some Ghost Mountain. So that's going to be a ton of fun. I am excited to get back into that. And then here, as usual, there'll probably be some other stuff coming up. I cannot remember because my brain is fried. But if you follow me on Twitter, Cody Witch, I update all my stuff there. So that's me. I'm back.
Awesome. Welcome back. We are happy to have you back.
Truly, we missed you terribly the last couple of sessions.
Yes.
Oh, thank you guys so much.
And I'm so glad to have you back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good.
But we are very happy to have you back. And let's go to Willow. There is a suggestion in the chat to name your skeletons Huey, Huey, Lewis, and the News.
I like the Huey, Louie.
Yeah.
It will be taken under advisement.
And then Huey, Dewey, and Louie too. All right, so Avalon, what you got going on in the meantime?
Hi. Yeah. So I voice act, of course. I stream here twice every 2 weeks, and I mostly voice act with audio dramas and comedies via the Faustian Nonsense Podcast Network, mostly. Coming soon, I will be in the show Karen 1%. It is a sort of musical audio drama sci-fi thing about moral quandaries in the workplace and all sorts of interesting little science tidbits. I'm also going to be in a few different episodes of something called Tranthologies. Its second season is currently being written and developed, and it'll be crowdfunding in the near future. And I'm in a handful of episodes of that. otherwise, I get around, like keep an eye on the socials and such, and yeah, I don't. It's hard. I'm not good at promos. Oh, Super Suit's 4th episode is having its public release this coming Monday. Uh, it is out the preceding Fridays for anyone who subscribes to the Patreon at the $10 tier. So that's something cool about the Faustian Nonsense Patreon. Yeah, I don't know.
Cool. Thank you, Avalon. And we're excited for that. And Rory.
Hello. I have nothing quite going on in my neck of the woods. My birthday is next week, and my commissions are open. That's
Yeah,
what I've got
happy early
going on.
birthday.
Awesome. Very cool. And commissions are open, and the links are there. And Harmony with Renee. Hello.
Hello, hello. I am the head and, well, sole person who runs An Ordinary Heroes, which is a gaming channel. I stream on Twitch every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So if you want to come along and join me for some fun adventures, I play all sorts of games. I do variety streaming. So if you want to join for that, and I have a little PNG tuber model and maybe working on some stuff in the background, then you're more than welcome to join. I think that's all that's going on at the moment. I announced last week that we finally got the cast for D&D show for the Radiant Citadel. So episodes and stuff will be coming out soon.
That's
Very
exciting.
cool. Yes, and also splash damage hurts. It does. All right, and thank you for the follow. And Renee, thank you. And check out Renee there. Link trees are there in the bio. And we just cast officially for our Into the Old Margrave campaign, and that's going to be starting session 0 on this coming Tuesday. And we've got some pretty exciting news to share about that when it comes out. We officially announced that Garnet is also going to be in that show, so we're looking forward to seeing Garnet there as well. That's been announced on our Discord server. And also, you can join our Discord here if you want to hang out with other queer witches who love tabletop role-playing games, or if you love TTRPGs, you can come hang out with us there. It's a queer space, it's a witchy space, sometimes a pagan space as well, right? A lot of cool stuff going on there. So we hope to see you around the Discord, and more news to come for our Into the Old Margrave campaign featuring Kobold Presses, Tales from the Old Margrave. So we'll see y'all back here on Monday for Stormwatch, Series 2, Episode 3, in our Forest Resistance arc, where we find ourselves amidst the drow of the Crimson Wood, fighting a resistance in the woods against the oppressors who have conquered and ousted them from their homeland. So stay tuned for that if you like that kind of a story. We'll be doing that on Monday. It features MCDM Kingdoms and Warfare, and we'll see y'all then. In the meantime, we are... I found potentially a new channel, the Lord Bayron, Safe Space, Allies, and we're going to go ahead and check out our friends over, hopefully new friends over there. So thank you. Yes, I love the Satanic Pride flag. So let's go ahead and raid a new channel, see if we can make some new friends. It does say Safe Space Ally. I've been watching, looks pretty good. So we'll go ahead and make some new friends here over at the Lord Bayron. And we'll see y'all on Monday for Stormwatch.
Literally can't wait. It is good shit.
All right, and we're going to raid all over here. Until then, be queer, do crime, and peace out, witches. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
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 Bye.